standing in front of a country, asking it to love itself. Morning, folks. Sean Michael Small here. This is Talking Point. Reports of our technical difficulties is somewhat true, but the show must go on. And with me, you may have seen him for a brief moment earlier this morning, but he is still here, folks. Mr. Keita Shah, my co-host.
Good morning, Sean. Good morning to all our viewers. It's good to be back on Talking Point.
And it's good to have you back because they have some interesting topics that, well, in one case I've been trying to bring up since last week, Friday or Thursday. And there's some other new happenings. It seems as though the Brent Thomas affair is now back in full swing in the press, so well as full of a swing as it could be in our lack of transparent environmental situation of our politics and media, etc., etc. But enough of all that. Let's start off one time with today's Daily Review. Behind the scenes jokes, folks. I wish I could share with you what it is, but it's just one of those things, like you have to be here. Anyway, Keaton, something is starting to bug me, to bother me, to distress me, to stress me out. And on top of the fact that it seems as though our police has resource questions and crime is rising and there are other questions on accountability and transparency. It has been coming more and more to the forefront in the last, I don't know, couple of weeks particularly, that we have similar issues with the fire service, all the while asking officers to, like police officers, run headfirst into danger, except there isn't even a what if. What if there's a violent confrontation? For the police, there's a what if, and sometimes it doesn't come to pass. But the fire service, they're basically saying, no. We don't have enough equipment and we're running headfirst into situations we know is too dangerous for us. In one example, I believe they were dealing with a bushfire, and this is what apparently the cameraman, one of the newspaper photographers, was told. If you want to have children, cameraman, don't inhale that. And then the fire officer charged into the smoke, and there's a photo of him, of two officers in the midst of the smoke, trying to out a bushfire. No mask, no nothing. They're just breathing it in.
Yes, and actually that photo that made the front page of a daily newspaper of that fire officer fighting a bushfire, I believe it was in South Trinidad, was quite incredible. He's actually having to stand there with his eyes burning from the smoke.
Right, yes.
And his eyes are closed, which is obviously we may have some experience with that feeling. But the situation with the fire services of TNT is nothing new. And that is not me trying to downplay this story. It's me trying to raise the point that time and time again, months after months, the officers within divisions raise these issues, raise these concerns, and nothing is ever really done about it. It seems as though the chief fire officer, Mr. Bristow, he always seems to have the right answer, but the actual remedy to the situation is not there. And this was an issue, I don't know if you recall, for all of last year, the fire services were raising it. We had interviews on Talking Point, we had interviews on AM Prime about it, trying to get to the bottom as to what is happening with the communication between the line ministry, which is the Ministry of National Security, and the fire services. Now, this is where we have to go back into our archives, and the archives don't go back by much actually. It's just a couple months ago that the Minister of National Security in Parliament, during the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, that was examining the recurrent and development allocations to the Minister of National Security in the 2024 budget. And he says, he stated at that time, to give you an exact date, October 17th, that the Ministry of National Security has gotten approval via Cabinet for the acquisition of an additional 225 sets of breathing apparatus as more fire equipment is on the way. He says, I'd be hard-pressed to give you a specific date. We are moving expeditiously. This was as of October last year. 5 months have passed. And what's happening with the procurement of these 225 breathing apparatus. Imagine in TNT you've got 2,000 fire officers on average with only approximately 10 functioning breathing apparatus. 10 functioning breathing apparatus.
Well, so the CFO, Bristow, Arnold Bristow, he basically is saying, well, it's being procured, but procurement regulations and things are moving slow and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, isn't there supposed, first of all, aren't there supposed to be some sort of exemptions that we question with regards to procurement?
No, what you see, the thing is, the procurement process is supposed to streamline this. It's supposed to make it more efficient. That's the intention. The intentions are not only to deal with the levels of corruptions that have plagued TNT since oil became basically liquid gold, right? No, it's also supposed to streamline the process. So by saying that it's being procured, but the procurement process is holding up the situation, again, I'm asking the Chief Fire Officer, what has the communication been like between himself and the Minister of National Security or officials within the Ministry of National Security? In fact, an even more pertinent question to ask is exactly who is the one responsible for procuring this equipment? Does it come directly from the ministry because the ministry is the one who's getting the funding from cabinet's approval, or is it the Chief Fire Officer?
The ministry has to process the procurement under the guidelines, right? But even if that's the case, that when you think about it, right, he's not actually answering the question. He's just saying, well, the new guidelines are long and it has to go back. But that doesn't mean anything. That could just mean, ooh, I have to send them back the form, or I need a signature, or it could be work that takes a week, or it could be work that takes a day. But how is it work that takes, 7 months and counting? And then the other question is, because the Fire Service Association head, basically he has gone on the record, he has publicly spoken out about this situation, and I believe he has mentioned to the fact that there's only 10 apparatus, right, within the custody of the fire service throughout the whole country. And it has to go from station to station. And then, of course, that's going to impact potentially, right, response times. Or in the case of this situation, think about it. We have officers. One senior officer, basically, what made now different than before? And I don't know if we've gotten this stark reality, right? But basically an officer said, well, look, we've reached a point where members of the public are going to die because I can't tell my guys to run into a situation, because he was referencing a recent fire where they didn't know if everybody was out, so a fire officer went in anyway. And then they eventually found out, well, the people who they thought might have been trapped in the building went into the building, but the fire officer himself now got into trouble, right?
And
so
this is...
I need to ask, okay, October is when they're going to procure 225.
No, this is the thing. This is not October, they were procuring it.
How long did we have a deficit of just this equipment? And let's not forget, the Chief Fire Officer, he's under fire as being the officer that might have been directly responsible for wooden ladders that, one, are wood. And as much as they have to deal with electrical things, you know, one would think there's also this whole question about having to deal with buildings on fire, right? But two, they don't even seem to work properly anyway. And three, the money that we paid for them doesn't seem to make sense at about 900,000 a ladder.
Well, listen, that's a separate issue, but it correlates to the inefficiencies within the service. The thing is, again, if it is that it's the Ministry of National Security whom are the ones responsible for procuring these fire-breathing apparatus, given that it's cabinet approval, and this is what I'm assuming based on what Chief Fire Officer Bristow has indicated, right? Then it's really the Ministry of National Security who has to go back on record now and give us a follow-up as to his statements made in Parliament in October. Oh, it's 5 months. What is happening? I thought the procurement process was supposed to make this a bit more simple. It seems as though 5 months have passed and we can't get equipment that is necessary for the functioning of the fire service. Right now, they're trying their very best based of our knowledge. But I want to go forward beyond that, because Heinz, again on October 17th, noted that Cabinet approved a $30.1 million allocation to buy equipment for point Fortin and Mayoral fire stations, right? He explained this consisted of a fire tender, emergency tender, a rescue boat, as well as breathing apparatus trailer for Pinal, and then for Miaro there will be an ambulance, pickup truck, and breathing apparatus trailer. I want to know if Cabinet approved this $30.1 million acquisition, where are we in that process? And just to go back to what I was saying about how he's seen 225 additional breathing apparatus were on its way, he said Cabinet approved the acquisition, which tells me that it's not even the financing anymore, you know. It means that, okay, it's there, everything is set, it seems as though the paperwork is done. Where are we heading with this?
You're hoping it's not the financing, but I'm pretty sure that Parliament approved budget allocations, and at least 2 budgets ago, I remember local government bodies saying, hey, we barely got half for the year.
I know and I understand that things take time, but this is something that is, it's beyond just emergency status now.
No, but here's my point, right? How is it that it takes a whole year to get your annual budgetary allocation to the point where you only get half and it doesn't roll over, right? It suggests to me that, yes, in paper, these things are being approved. That doesn't mean that the funds are being found and sent.
Questions which has baffled me. As a small nation of Trinidad and Tobago, where it seems as though everyone is involved and everyone knows who everyone is, as a small nation, it baffles me that the process for these things are so inefficient. There's so much red tape that is wrapped up in all these things. It astounds me that this is where we are. But beyond that, I mean, the national security apparatus has more or less collapsed. You can make the argument it's collapsed, and you could say, oh, how you could say it's collapsed? Look, we all still living, are we still here on a day? Yeah, all right, fine. Again, you could look in the mirror and tell that to yourself if you want to walk outside your house at 7 o'clock, 7:30 in the night. You ain't too sure anymore, right? National security apparatus for me has collapsed. The fire service is just one other instance where they are trying to work with what they have. It's a similar instance many times to the TTPS, and I go back to saying that how we're recruiting 1,000 more police officers. How are you going to finance the equipment or the resources that are necessary to hand these individuals? Whilst the government is busy pushing for the implementation of property tax, we are neglecting other areas which at this point in time could be seen as crucial. The other aspect of this is you have these fire officers. If he's warning a photographer, if you want to have children, don't breathe this in. What are the long-term medical effects that these fire officers are going to face? What are the long-term effects, right? And should any instances arise where they become ill and it's linked to always having to inhale this smoke just because they have to execute their duties and responsibilities, at what point in time is the government then going to say, this is the assistance we can lend, this is what we can do, this is what we can give? This is my point. If it comes to fire officers then having to take the government to task individually because of long-term medical complications, even having to sue the state or the Ministry of National Security or the fire services, and I really hope it doesn't get to that. But who's going to pay these bills? Don't tell me because medical services here in TNT, the health sector, has a free hospital care, that is it. What comes afterwards when it comes to purchasing these drugs, half of which are not available via CDAP? What happens when these officers cannot work and have to retire early? Who's going to give them money to live? It's a knock-on effect. It's a long-term effect. And you have to consider this as well.
Notice, over the Easter weekend, right, the lifeguards were more or less saying the same thing. Noticed, right, Gary Griffith, when he was commissioner, had a similar tune as well with not enough resources. And the fact of the matter is, we've reached a point now, I think a lot of these issues like the fire service, like crime, politicians were happy just letting it be, because before the situation was contained, the situation was manageable. But now, for whatever reason it seems, and it doesn't help that we seemingly have arson might be the new novo crime trend. Ooh, I want to commit a crime, I'll commit arson now, right? You know, at one time it was kidnapping, not too long ago it was home invasions, right? The crime that gets press and their high-profile incidents, and now it seems to be arson. Over the last couple of weeks, I'm like, why is there so many criminally induced fires, it seems, right? And now we were keeping along with the fire service. We were barely hanging on, but I can't fault these officers because you're right. Who's going to take care of them? Because if the state isn't going to take care of them now when they're active duty, why are we supposed to expect that the state is going to take care of them when things, you know, hit the fan?
The thing is, Sean, is that history will tell you time and time again that here in TNT, we do not understand the value of the dollar, right? Or I like to boil it down and basically say government does not understand the value of the dollar. Because at the end of the day, they're not seeing it as theirs. They still get their paycheck. They're still able to cover all their bills and expenses. They're still able to have a cushion to live a certain lifestyle. So it doesn't bother them when it is, I'm going to throw $100 million here, or I'm going to throw away $100 million here. Put it this way, it's a totally separate story, but it just goes to show with respect to the value of money here in TNT, how there is a complete lack of care. Look at the terrestrial project.
Oh, yeah.
The HEC terrestrial project. What I can't understand is that even after you found these faults, before the infrastructural audit was completed by a separate company, you allow the contractor to continue works? I mean, come on, man. How much money did we lose? How much money did TNT lose because of that? But
doesn't he have other contracts?
Yes, that's just one. But what I'm saying, throwing money at these things for whatever reason, we just simply don't care. And at the end of the day, when you hear stories like this, and you realize, hold up, but the minister addressed this 5 months ago. We haven't had any follow-up since. Sean, it's a complete lack of care. You see, it was manageable before. It was manageable because we turned a blind eye.
Not just that, because the price of gas wasn't $1.50, give or take, right? Because the price of oil didn't bottom out before pandemic at negative.
We had
right?
oil.
And also we have no oil. But I think, I get your point, and I don't think you're wrong. I think you're just mislabeling it. Because I think they do see it as their money. This is their budget. This is their war chest. This is resources they have to handle their business, right? To give out contracts to who they want to give it out to. The intentions and motivations of why they're giving out to those people, I'm not going to say because it's varied and multifaceted, and it could be as bad as you think right now, right? And it's their path to enrichment, right? And enrichment doesn't have to be, oh, they're stealing billions or even millions. It could be tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, but in the process, things like procurement legislation, which is supposed to open up transparency and help with not just efficiency, right, but accountability. Apparently, it seems that it was implemented more or less in a way to make it fail.
So those living in penal...
Sorry, not to make it fail, but in a way that ended up with an impracticality that looks like failure.
So those living in penal, the Minister of National Security indicates that the fire services there would be getting a rescue boat. Can anyone who lives in penal please inform Talking Point as to whether or not you all have seen a rescue boat being utilized or operationalized by the fire services at the fire station there? Because I like to know. The minister, at the same Standing Finance Committee contribution, he went on to state that technology had been introduced into firefighting capacity, which would allow water to be brought from any open water source, including swimming pools in the vicinity, including rivers, including the sea. He says we have the capacity to do that, but the availability of fire tenders in this country for 25 fire stations is a completely different issue.
Hold on. There's a boat in penal.
Well, this is what he's saying. He said the government had approved 30.1 million. Sorry, cabinet approved 30.1 million. That would be, sorry, this is not penal. No, it is penal. This is according to what the Minister of National Security said.
Now, because like, am I missing something? Maybe I'm not entirely aware. Is it that there are more than one geographical areas or definitions for the area of penal? Because when you look at a map, basically penal is not on the coast. Am I wrong?
So I'm going to correct myself here, because I'm now going back to Hansard.
Okay.
It's point 14.
Point 14.
Which
okay.
is, of course, has waterways as compared to penal.
Okay.
Mistake on my part, my apologies. But I'm glad I could correct myself, so I'll ask the question again. Can anybody in point 14 tell me if they got a rescue boat for the operations of the fire services down there? I'd just like to know, please, if that $30.1 million allocation actually went through as was stated by the Minister of National Security.
I would just like to point out that if the boat does not have like firefighting equipment, then I'm basically saying, well, so what you're saying is the Coast Guard can't really do its job, so we need to kind of do a patchwork. Like first it was the police, we're gonna give the police boats again, and now we're gonna give the fire service boats again, and it's to do what? We don't have enough stuff to do with fires on the ground. If somebody needs a at-sea rescue, we have the Coast Guard. If it's not a firefighting boat with like a hose and a water tank and all the bells and whistles, then, you know, what's the point?
But I love my country.
Anyway, let's take a break. When we come back, there's more about your country to love, Keaton. Oh, a lot more. Stay tuned to talk about on WESN. We'll be right back after this.
No,
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, The Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
of the
not no.
Let's go to the last part.
Coming soon to WESN.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond
wanna
to me.
respond
Respond to
to
me
you?
how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So here we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren. Coming soon to WESN.
The newest book is here, Closer to the Church, the debut novel by author and former mayor Louis Lee Singh. Available at all the home store branches, Barataria, West Mall, Shogunas and C3 San Fernando. Paper-based bookshop 10 Nook Avenue St. Anne's, WESN 30A Gattaca Street Woodbrook, Metropolitan Bookshop Ariapita Avenue Woodbrook, and all RIK bookstores nationwide. Available online as paperback on Amazon.com and Kindle for e-readers. For more info, call 628-5835 or 389-6504. Also available from author Louis Lee Singh, I Used to Live in Heaven, Letters to My Granddaughters, and Local Government in Trinidad, Conspiracy Against the People.
And we're back, Sean Michael Small, Keaton Shaw. This is Talking About a WSND Content Capital. Keaton loves his country.
I do actually, I meant to say, I wasn't sarcastic, I do.
I think, Keaton, two things can be true at the same time. They can be true at the same time. I love my country, and I have to love the ridiculousness of my country that is vying to not be a real place as hard as it can, because if I actually always take it seriously, it will be quite depressing. And case in point, Keaton, you remember one Mr. Brent Thomas?
Oh yes, the name sounds very familiar.
And do you recall he was in Barbados? You know, he was going to escape and never be returned because the police wanted him and he was running away. Funny how he's still here now. And they got him from Barbados and brought him back. And then the judge basically blanked all the criminal charges and said this extradition was not correct, which I believe that's the point. That's the part where we're not appealing, by the way, save that for later. And now he has looked to sue Barbados. The state of Barbados was facing a lawsuit by Brent Thomas. And the Attorney General of Barbados basically said, pay the man. Right? That's what they said. And now our own Attorney General, Reginald Amor, Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, is basically saying, well, that has no impact on our appeal, because it seems as though even though the extradition was not legal, and I don't think he's challenging the point, part of the case, right, and I just want to make sure I have it here, the judge in the matter basically said that with regards to the local side, last year, I think, early last year or late the year before, basically permanently stayed all criminal charges against Mr. Thomas, and I believe that might be the part that the state is appealing. But there's a part of me that's like, okay, I'm not a lawyer, but you're not looking too hot now, because you already have a situation where the government of Barbados is saying, well, at least part of this whole fiasco, we were wrong.
Well, the Attorney General, Reginald Amor, has indicated that he believes that the senior counsel, the Attorney General of Barbados, is acting in the best interest of Barbados. The attorney representing the AG of Barbados, who is also King's Counsel, has advised that Barbados accept liability in this entire issue. And first, you have to understand, for a lawyer to simply come out and say, you're wrong, accept liability, it's a huge thing in the first place.
Because, you know, even with like car insurance, they like never admit liability. Right. You know, you don't start from that point.
So that, you know, for a senior law King's Counsel to advise, listen, Barbados is at liability, accept it, and now please let us have conversations in respect to compensation for damages incurred. Okay, so Brent Thomas essentially has has now cleared his name with respect to the arrest in Barbados, though the humiliation will remain. Let's just put it that way.
I mean...
And I say that unfortunately for him, because he's not going to ever live this down. He's never going to accept this, and it's difficult for him. It's very difficult for him.
If you look at it with no context at all, oh my gosh, he was arrested. He must be a bad
No,
man. But in this situation, I mean, at least one, because it's two countries' authorities involved, right? And to some extent, both countries basically said this arrest was kind of not done well, right? And he's going to get damages for it.
What was intriguing is that, and I want to go back to the very beginning where we learned that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Immigrations and Customs, and the Interpol section of the TTPS were actually not mentioned or aware or did not get involved in the recovery of Mr. Thomas. And that is very important because I would assume that in the absence of those individuals being involved in one way or the other, that also affects TNT's case. Now, bear in mind, it's the appeal process that is taking place right now. A High Court judge essentially stated, listen, we have to throw out this case. Barbados, you know, how could we say it? They arrested him, they sent him back, they deported him to Trinidad. It was illegal, right? In the absence of a CARICOM impacts arrest warrant, you would assume, essentially, with no arrest warrant actually being there, that was the case already. You would assume, okay, you know what, listen, this is illegal detainment, this is not making sense. But anyway, he was brought back to Trinidad, his case went to court, the judge threw it out. Now the Attorney General is indicating that he's going ahead with the case, and because of the case actually before the courts, he cannot comment, and he will refrain from any attempt to give his opinion to the public. At this point in time, I mean, I understand that, you know, as an Attorney General, or even as an attorney at law, I understand that, and I don't know why the Attorney General is going ahead with the case. Maybe he feels as though there is something there. Maybe there are charges against Brian Thomas that have to be brought. I don't know. I have question marks surrounding it. The involvement of Gary Griffith in this matter as well is most intriguing. It's on the sideline. But his continuous commentary on this and his continuous involvement in this is most intriguing. But at the end of the day, it's difficult for me, whilst just like you, I'm not an attorney at law, for Barbados to basically say, we accept liability, we were wrong. I can't see how this is going to work out in favor of the government. But then again, I don't know.
I suspect that if this goes all the way to the Privy Council, both with regards to this and any potential lawsuit Mr. Thomas has, I don't expect the Privy Council, again, I'm not a lawyer, there's no King's Counsel or Senior Counsel to my name, and I've never gone to the Privy Council for anything. But I suspect that the Privy Council will not look too kindly on a government trying to continue pursuing criminal charges when their first step was, A, break the law. Right? Because at the end of the day, they could say what they want. Barbados basically said that they went against their own constitution. So no matter what TNT wants to say about the legality of the action, another nation's constitution was potentially broken by a request of extradition not done with due process by our own law enforcement representatives.
I just want to raise another point in respect to this case.
But hold on, I have an answer to your first question though.
What's that?
Why is this matter moving forward?
And what is your
So
answer?
there's a theory. It's not originally mine, or at least part of it is not originally mine. But if you look at how the current administration is dealing with firearm user licenses, I mean, our judge had to come out and say, do your job. Why are you not doing your job? Right? And then the Prime Minister came out to say, well, it's not your thing to dictate policy. And the question is, what exactly is the Prime Minister referring to when he mentions policy? And I brought up the question, is there an unofficial policy of a knee-jerk reaction with all of the violent crime? Oh, we can't get the illegal guns, so let's limit the legal guns. Let's mess with the legal guns. More importantly, Gary's involved. Well, one could make the case where if the government is right, or even if they're wrong with about all the implied associations of Gary with a firearm scandal, that Gary might have some links politically, financially, whatever, to gun dealers. Or at the very least, it could just be they like Gary and they don't like the current system and they're speaking out about it. And politically, the current administration, most of these gun dealers are not falling in line to what they want to do, which is to put a clamp on private firearms. So the Attorney General, one of the best things that he said was, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to give my opinion. We don't even know if he wants to pursue it. He is the man, the spokesperson, the mouthpiece for cabinet in this matter. That's all we know for sure. Whether or not he wants to pursue it or not, it might not be up to him. It might be cabinet that makes the decision, and as a senator who serves at the pleasure of his prime minister, right, that's what he's there for. He's basically just, it looks as though they basically took one of the lawyers that was giving them legal advice to Farah Sawari, and they said, well, why do we need you? Let's just elevate somebody next to you who's actually giving us the advice anyway. But that doesn't mean that they have to take it.
My response to all that you just stated is, let's just hope it doesn't come to a point where Brent Thomas has to sue the state and then ends up with us as taxpayers having to open our checkbooks.
Why not?
Let's just hope it
Why
doesn't
not?
get, because quite frankly, I'm tired of having to give away my money
No,
to
no, no,
everybody
no,
else.
I'm sorry. If the voting public does not know how to clearly express its displeasure to politicians so that they do not repeat poor performance behavior, then let a lawsuit come, right?
You almost didn't express yourself
yes, it was unfortunate that my expression was incorrect, but fortunately, I expressed the correction right
anyway,
after.
Look, I wanted to raise the point on Wednesday, May 17th, 2023. Earl Edward Christopher appeared before a joint select committee on national security in Parliament, and she was actually questioned by Rudal Munilal. And the question was simple as to whether or not Earl Edward Christopher, as Commissioner of Police, could confirm that whether or not she herself had authorized police officers to travel to Barbados on an RSS aircraft to receive a passenger said to be Brent Thomas. Earl Edward Christopher responded saying, I cannot confirm.
Of course not.
That was her response. Then there was these comments by the president of the Police Social and Welfare Association, Gideon Dixon. Oh, I love this gentleman. I actually look forward to what he has to say, because half the times, I'm meaning it actually at this point in time, I'm actually being very sarcastic.
Okay.
He said that the officers involved in the Thomas extraction, he referred to it as the Thomas extraction.
Oh, wait, an extraction that was against the Barbados Constitution, right? Let's just remember that. The Barbadian AG basically said, yeah, we were wrong, right?
Had to undergo counseling for trauma following public criticisms of their actions. Her response earlier with Christopher said, and I quote directly, I lead professional officers. What my officers would have gone through and the comments, they are strong enough to handle that. I will not say that they are traumatized. End quote.
So let's not forget that I believe the senior superintendent that went to Barbados, I could be wrong, somebody could correct me, but I've said this before and no one has corrected me yet, so I believe this to be true because it was reported that one of the current deputy commissioners of police was the most senior officer that went to Barbados to do an extraction that Barbados admitted is against their constitution. Let's just remember this, right?
It seems as though they're over the trauma enough to become deputy commissioner of police.
She was so distressed, and then the process of her confirmation so distressed again that the Social and Welfare Association president had to point out, I don't like this process because all of these spurious allegations, including allegations about a matter that Barbados admits liability for. Again, let's not forget that, right? And it will denigrate the years of meritorious service of these officers. Again, let's not forget that it includes an incident of which the Barbadian government admits was not done in a fully legal fashion. Take that for meritorious service.
Thank God our microphones can't go higher.
And this is a deputy commissioner of police that the current administration approved of, Keaton. So when I say that Gary Griffith's involvement and public statements, whether he is guilty of something or completely innocent, there seems to be a political connection and a political agenda over what's going on with private firearms.
I heard something through
and firearm dealers.
I heard something through the vines, as they say, the grapevines, as they say. I can't confirm nor deny this. This is just talk on the street, as they say, that Brent Thomas, who was actually very much heavily involved in government contracts, in supplying weapons, I suppose, to the TTPS and ammunition, there is, I don't know, another dealer, another firearms dealer who apparently wants those contracts and are also involved in this. So there may be some actual truth, possibly. I don't know if that theory is correct. It will never be proven correct. It will never ever be proven correct. But there may be some truth as to what you're saying with respect to certain involvements.
You know, it's real funny, because these are the contracts to supply, right? And when the ministers pointed out all the bullets that were bought in this year under Gary and that year under Gary, notice we never got a breakdown of who bought them or what they were bought for, right? All I'll just say is this: why are we worried about legal bullets coming in, no matter what the amount is, when TTDF bullets apparently end up in crime scenes?
Because
not fired off by members of the TTDF or the police service.
The government has their targets and their goals all mixed up, not for themselves, as you said.
We have
it's a
national security
right?
bullets being used by criminals, and we have a pastor with 4 automatic weapons from the police.
I'd like to
Even if Gary gave it to him, he kept them for like what, 2-3 years before they did anything.
And the Minister of National Security says, though under the Constitution, I am responsible for the SSA, please don't hold me responsible for this entire matter.
Yeah. He's only been overseeing the situation for, I don't know, the entire time period of which nothing was done.
You have to understand, we've spoken about 2 instances of national security this morning on Talking Point. We started off with the fire service, we started off with, we talked about the TTPS, by extension.
See how procurement, funny enough, is a through line?
I was just going to make the point that Fitzgerald Hines is the first Minister of National Security who is not responsible for anything to do with national security. But in this particular instance, I wish Attorney General Reginald Moore the best. I really wish him the best with the case going forward, who is ever handling the cases. I really hope that there are lawyers who are not just receiving a paycheck to follow instructions, but rather, whatever the case may be, I hope it works out. In the instance of Brent Thomas, well, again, through the course of law, the best thing is due process. Should it work out in his favor or not, whatever happens, happens. But the reason why I say this is because if it comes, I would be really infuriated and frustrated if it comes to the point where he takes the government to task.
Not at him, though.
He sues the states. No, it wouldn't be his fault. But if it comes to the point where he sues the states,
but that's where it's going.
And it's millions of dollars,
but here's the thing.
And my property tax money is being used to pay off these things. I'll just...
Here's the thing. The main reason why I hope for things like this to go to court, I always say this. All of these things, when it goes to court, great, go to court. Eventually, some more information will come out because of the court matter.
Really?
Yes.
You think it will? You think
yes.
Really?
Right?
Anyway.
Usually what happens is when it doesn't go to court or the court matter just never starts. Right?
Sean, I just want to, on the sidelines before we go to the next topic, right? I just want to raise a couple of things that is frustrating me. Where are we in respect to the oil spill in Tobago and the boat? Any further word as to who owns the boat?
Well, I believe the oil spill is now under containment and it's under
it's
control.
No longer spill, but they still have to empty the oil.
But now it's more regular cleanup.
We've forgotten about
the boat. Yeah, who knows, right?
We've forgotten about it, right?
Yeah.
So let's just
don't worry, folks. The fire service now has a boat in Point Fortin. And somehow that will end up being more reliable, tracking smugglers coming into the country in the Coast Guard.
We assume. I'm asking where but 1 month after the skeleton remains were found at Bootu Trace in Valsine, police are still awaiting
Apparently,
DNA
DNA test results is a strange and mysterious mystic art that we do not fully understand here in TNT because we are not a real place in 2024. And bringing in foreign, help and technology apparently is not that easy, and or for the sake of sovereignty, certain things just should not be done.
Those are just 2 points. I'd like to raise the issue with respect to paradivers and the reports there as well. The Prime Minister met with the families about 2 weeks ago. The family said they were not satisfied with the meeting. The Prime Minister says, I can't get involved, conveniently, with Paria's board because of the litigation involved, conveniently. But the point is, at the end of the day, where are we with these things? What's happening? What's going on with the report there that we had to wait months and months for?
Ultimately, the handling of Paria just exposes that the Prime Minister, for all of his bluster, ultimately is a weak man that can't deal with the fact that maybe he might have to, he bet on the wrong horses, he appointed the wrong people, and they allowed the situation to degenerate, and he doesn't have the cojones to fix it.
What's going on with the 2 mass bomb threats that schools faced, one last year, one this year? What's going on there with respect to the investigations into those, right? I don't know. I'm in the media and I'm still looking for updates or hoping to find out updates. What's going on there in respect to that? What's happening with the cybersecurity attacks on TSTT? What's going on there? All these things, and I'm raising these points again because you know why?
I will bet money
look at
that the cybersecurity issue is about money or the lack of.
We for 2-3 weeks after the oil spill in Tobago, we made so much issues about. We had so much talks about. Everything just died down. That's the problem in TNT. Everything just dies a natural death because after people say it's 9 days, I think it's 4 to 5 days. We just forget about these things. But what's going on with those things I've just raised? What's happening there? I really don't know when things will get better, if things will get better. But these are just minor points that has taken. These are things that have taken place within the last 2 years.
Okay, you know, you want to be more frustrated, and I don't know. Hopefully, we could get these a couple more rapid fire. But it's come to light that the police is now going to take the whole issue about child begging. They're not gonna take a soft approach anymore. Moving on to the next story, right?
They're not gonna take a soft approach. No. You know, you continue. I'll respond after.
I'm paraphrasing, so I don't want to say that is what exactly is said. Oh, they're not taking a zero tolerance approach. Here's the thing. Apparently, yes, there are times when the police do exercise judgment, right? And it's, you know, socially speaking.
You mean which reports are right down and which report not to write down?
Yes, in the case of economic hardship, right? But the flip side is you pointed this out. You pointed this out, what, last year, maybe the year before? About, yes, and when you have children begging and the adults sitting in the shade, it's basically, what, child labor? So now it seems as though that's finally come to the forefront. Now, I'm not blaming Superintendent Claire Guy Allen, right, on the timing of the matter. Because there are other people besides her who should have said something about this. We have a whole, I don't know, ministry.
This is
more than one.
I get frustrated because I'm at a point where, thankfully, there is the intent to do something about it.
Yeah.
When it actually happens, that's a completely different story.
It goes back. There's the intent to purchase fire equipment.
Look at the time. And what Superintendent Claire Guy says, the police and their partner agencies, whomever the partner agencies might be exactly, will be taking strong action against people who engage in public begging and exploit children in doing so. And I quote, "We have concerns about what appears to be locals as well as migrants begging on the streets. We try to warn persons, say, listen, you're exposing yourself to danger, stop doing this on the highways and the byways." So we have decided that we will partner with other agencies. My apologies.
Well,
only now y'all are recognizing this though.
Here's the trick, here's the rub. Let's advance 2 stories, because this might be one of the reasons why. I don't know if you saw this one coming out of, I believe, the weekend, right? One of the media ambassadors of the TTPS addressed this publicly, ASP Ishmael Pitt, right? There was an incident about 2 police officers stopped a car and they said, look, you need to give way when we are pulling into your lane. And he's like, well, you didn't have lights or sirens or nothing. There didn't seem to be any emergency. And the officers were apparently adamant, right, that no, you have to give way to us because we're a police car. And those officers, it is on the public record by the ASP that they are now supposed to be going for retraining. And my thing is, we're talking about something so basic. I mean, I've seen many a police car that's given way to me. I am trying to pull into their lane, and I don't expect them to stop. I expect, oh, I'm a police officer, I'm just going to keep going. No. They stop and let me pass. To be fair to a lot of the police officers, at least I drive in our area, right, of the studio, right? It's happened more than once just on that intersection right there when leaving work. This is such a basic law, Keaton, right? A basic traffic thing. It's like, I don't have an emergency. Why does the public have to give way to me? And if there are police officers that apparently don't seem to understand this, then you really expect them to understand child labor laws and why child begging is illegal?
It's not that, no. Anybody will tell you. It's publicly.
Sirens not on. Why are you expecting somebody to give way for you?
Before you go to that story, you're going back. I want to go back to this child labor story, and the reason why, and you could keep this up. You don't have to go back to Claire Island. But I know you said you're not going to blame her. Fine, fair enough. At what point in time was this decision actually made? This has been going on for years. Hold on. Before you get excited. This has been going on for years. You said it. I pointed this out on Talking Point for the last 2 years at least. Yeah. And it is illegal. It is frustrating, right? You've seen the ads on radio and on television. The Ministry of Labour, and I believe it's the Ministry of Family Services as well, who've indicated that child labor is wrong. These children are actually supposed to be in school. Now, I understand that in these particular times, things are difficult where parents may not be able to afford to send their children to school, because as much as you don't have to pay to attend school, you still have to pay for school uniforms and books. I understand that. But that is no excuse. I've seen parents sitting under a tree smoking a cigarette, the children walking up and down begging, some instances selling, right? That's happening quite frequently. But the thing is, if you're saying that is in danger, how does that also translate to the nutsman that sells the side of the road?
They're also going after. That's also part of it. Yes, in these reports, that also is included.
So it's an informal economy. But you telling me that how you're trying to give a blight? You can't be doing. Sean, hold on, let me give you another example. Do you know that in Trinidad it is illegal to scavenge? Those scavengers that you see by the Betham dump, that's illegal.
This goes back to why ASP Ali says if we enforce all our laws, people aren't going to like it. But I'll just say this.
Swim Call said, no, we want to give everybody an opportunity, so we really don't want to go after, mind you, people in Trinidad have knowledge that a lot of these things that they scavenge, isn't it sold in Porter's Bay? Careful what you're buying out there, by the way. I'm just saying, you telling me.
Okay.
You want to give them a chance even though it's illegal?
Here's the thing though, with regards to Superintendent Claire Allen, my mistake, I think, is the main clue. She's not senior superintendent. She's not head of the division. She is the head of a unit that deals with a specific type of crime, right? Special victims unit. Her officers, I'm sure her unit is not large enough to be everywhere at once. And a lot of the problem with the crimes that she has to deal about is not being reported. There's an online porn ring and pornographic of minor distribution ring utilizing a social media app that I never even heard of before.
Then this should not just be under her division. This should be highway patrol as well, traffic branch as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, if the heads of those units don't want to enforce those laws, Keaton, she can't make them because she's not even a senior superintendent. That's just my defense for Claire Giley. But my point is, with regards to a lot of these crimes too, right, with regards to a lot of these crimes too, that she has to deal with, she needs the public to report it. And if no one is reporting it, if she gets reports of it, then she could go towards it.
Okay,
specifically.
Hold on. One, and not necessarily chastising her, because as you said, at least she's doing something about it.
Yeah.
Two, if the public reports it, the public have to report everything for the TTPS to take action? You mean to tell me those same vehicles that drive on the highway saying you have to make leeway first, they don't see these individuals?
Well, again, they didn't even know, right? Okay, this is the benefit of the doubt. This is the positive spin. They didn't even know what the law was, so they got it wrong. Here's the negative spin. The negative spin is they tried to bully a citizen by lying to his face about what the law is, even when they knew better. That's the negative potential. And with regards to things like, why am I going to deal with this for? I don't want to have to write in triplicate forms to deal with this paperwork. For what? Right? And there's no public outcry about this. You are literally the only person I know. And it's not like I know everything that's said in the national sphere in TNT. But you're the only person I know that talked about this topic, Ethan. You're the only person I know, right? So if the public doesn't care, you think our commissioner, who is bad at administration, bad at strategy, bad at communication, you think she has the pulse of the people and has a good grasp on what the nation's laws are and how to treat with all of them? Yeah, right.
Anyway, listen, we're going to have to pause it there. We're going to have to take a break. But before we do, to share some... I read this and quite literally, I don't know what to feel or how to think. If you have not heard already, a 4-year-old girl was beheaded and her body mutilated in a house in Five Rivers, Aruca. The child's name has been given as Amara Lalittle. Crime scene investigators were on the scene up to 2:15 this morning. Aruca police made the gruesome discovery after a woman came to the station around 1 a.m. reporting that she had been beaten by her common-law husband and that the man had held her daughter hostage inside the house. Police officers found the bloody scene where they returned to the house. With the woman, a 39-year-old man has been arrested. Police have described the scene as satanic. Other reports coming in suggest that after the 4-year-old girl was beheaded, her body was dumped or hidden in a barrel and her head was missing for some time. Police were able to recover it. However, all we know at this point in time is that she was beheaded and mutilated. A 39-year-old man has been arrested. As I said, police describing the scene as satanic. That's all I have to report.
I could only hope that the beheading was post-mortem in an attempt to hide information from the police. Because I will bet a lot of money that no common idiot in TNT will have a sharp enough implement and the proficiency with it to make one quick, clean slice. And if she died by beheading,
we don't even need to go into all that, John. We do even need to go into all that.
It's not just the crime, it's the brutality of it, right? And how much pain that would have been, right? It never ceases to amaze me, unfortunately or fortunately. At least I still have something of my humanity, of how shocking some of these things could be. All right, let's take a break.
Fellow citizens, I am Rajiv Dipti. In my business, I meet people from all walks of life. I hear their stories, from struggles to successes. The supreme law of our country that safeguards our individual rights and freedoms as we go about our daily lives is the Constitution. It was amended back in 1976, but life is different now. The Constitution can be altered through legislative reforms. So please submit your recommendations to constitutionalreform2024.gov.tt by the 15th of April. It's your future, your Constitution, your voice.
Imagine a world where arguments don't exist. CICR is a full-service conflict resolution company that offers mediation training and workshops for all. In 2024, our 40-hour workshops are back, giving you all the tools you need to become a certified mediator in Trinidad and Tobago. Want to know more? Call us at 768-6778 or visit our website. Let's work together to make the world a better place.
This is 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward on our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for. It's called loss and damage, and we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. I mean, and Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
Hello there and welcome to AM Prime on WESN Content Capital. Before we even start this repatriation and reintegration process, we've already failed, or are we doomed to fail?
You've got to invest in the institutions that you've established to carry out those sorts of core functions.
We now get into the regional updates to give you an understanding of what's happening across our neighboring islands.
We have available a number of films that are worth showing.
So it was day one when the French Revolution started to develop the concept of universal human rights.
What happened this time is unprecedented. It's one of the largest terrorist attacks in history.
Let's welcome Carl to the program. Carl is over there next to Steph. Hello, Carl.
Silky anteater or pygmy anteater, and we have 2 of the 3 species of anteaters right here.
Welcome back to Talking Point, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining Sean and I this morning for the conversation. We actually just ended the last segment with the news, the reports that are coming in bit by bit, indicating that a 4-year-old girl was beheaded and her body mutilated this morning at 5 Rivers, Aruca. According to one report, it stated that crime scene investigators at up to 2 o'clock this morning were at the scene trying to recover evidence. They had to abandon their search due to bad lighting, but they promised to return today to continue the investigations. Let's just open up the phone lines, ladies and gentlemen. Join the conversation now and share your thoughts and opinions with us. We have a caller on the line with us from Digger Martin. Good morning, caller.
Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
All right. We were warned we still have some technical issues. We're not sure if there's anything causing the caller to not come through, the audio, or if it's on the caller's end, because there's always that possibility, but we suspect the fault might be with us. We apologize. I wouldn't necessarily say stop calling in just yet. We could maybe try for one more call and see if it comes through, 1 or 2 more calls, but just so you know, in case your call doesn't come through on air, there is a pre-existing situation. With that said, Keaton, one of the daily newspapers this morning didn't load up for me, and I'm kind of glad because I don't know if I wanted to open the show with this knowledge. Diego Martin, we're going to try again. Good morning, caller.
Hello, good morning, caller from Diego Martin. All right, okay. I think that just confirms that. All right.
Caller, good morning.
Right. Hello, good morning.
Are you hearing me?
Okay, so unfortunately, it seems as though we're not able to have the call-in segment this morning. I know that many people would have a lot to say given the news that has circulated yesterday into this morning, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it seems as though we can't open up the phone lines this morning due to just some technical issues on our end. No worries about it. We have the best in the business and they are working on it. Anyway, we can continue now with the stories that were lined up.
Let's try. We have the second phone line. Let's try it again. Diego Martin, good morning.
Mr. Paul, are we connected?
We hear any phone calls. I don't know if you all could maybe manually put it through the mic in the studio. No, well then, I don't know if that will work. Check. Could you speak, caller? No, because we could hear him, but then...
All right, guys, let's just take a quick break here. Because we have calls coming in, we're hearing the phone lines ringing. Let's just take a quick break here, and we'll return to you at the other end of this break and let you know exactly what's happening. So we'll be right back after this.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
And I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
Let's go to the last part.
All right, welcome back to the program, ladies and gentlemen. So we can confirm with you that unfortunately we will not have phone calls today. So hopefully things will be sorted out where we can welcome you back to Talking Point on Thursday to have the phone calls. But anyway, recently a story was published about the central bank introducing new $100 bills later this year. One media house inquired and spoke to a central bank who indicated that these new notes will be issued. I think it's later this year, right?
Later this year, I think it's October.
So the Minister of Finance actually, and this is what he tweeted. He says, said media house has published gibberish about the $100 banknotes, inviting uninformed commentary. Now, a lot of the commentary actually came from central bank, but anyway. However, the central bank is simply introducing new $100 bills to improve the security features on the notes.
Yeah. Okay.
Bear that in mind.
That's what was reported.
Yeah. The central bank is simply introducing new $100 bills to improve the security features on the notes.
Was anything else than that reported?
Yes, he went. No. He went on to state. This is what I'm saying. It's important. Both the old and the new bills will be legal tender.
Right. And here's the thing. There was no other information given. The report, as far as I read, and this is why I didn't really speak about it before, we didn't have any information was how the transition would have been. So the first information we have on that comes from the minister, which is fine. I understand people would have had those questions. But it's not because the report said anything of the affirmative that was not true. Hell, the report didn't even ask the question. I had the question in my brain after the report, but if the reporters don't know and if the central bank didn't give them that information, right, I will fault them if they didn't ask the central bank a follow-up question if they had the capacity to do so.
It's not even my problem.
But
I take an issue with the fact that you are introducing new $100 bills with updated security features. Hold on, I'll tell you where my issue is. I have no problem with that. I'm fine with that. My problem is you then going on to say both the old and new notes will be legal tender. But that's not making sense to me.
They don't know how to implement things.
No, I'm just saying, right?
Yeah.
If we are updating security features, and there's a good reason why we're now going to print new dollars, which cost a lot of money, by the way, to print, right? We're updating the security features on it. Why is it that the old ones, now I'm not advocating for a rush for people to go change monies like it happened last time, right?
Yeah.
I'm not advocating that, but I'm simply stating, why isn't it the old bills being taken out of circulation if we are updating and improving the security features on new
now,
ones?
okay.
That's just not making sense. It sounds like a complete waste.
Especially when these bills, I believe one of the things that the reporter mentioned is these bills are quite durable and last for quite some time. So it's not as though they have like this natural lifespan that we expect them to be pulled out of circulation, or maybe there is. I guess to some extent, this is one of those things where, again, if you don't understand public communications, you're going to make errors like this. If you make an official message about it beforehand, then the public is going to assume some great intention. And then when you say, no, they're both going to be in circulation at the same time, the intention ain't that great. But we assume it's a great intention, so then we have to ask, well, what's the point, as you rightfully just said, right? You have to manage the expectations of people, folks. And then what does not help is when the minister acts as though, oh, well, the papers get wrong all the time. It's like, no, well, part of it is if the papers made any mistakes, at the very least by that same train of thought, you yourself don't seem to understand at times simple English.
What is the point of updating?
That was directed to the Minister of Finance, by the way.
What is the point of updating? What's the point of updating the bill with new security features
so
if you're not going to abolish the old one?
I assume they're just saying, well, from here on out, new bills manufactured will have new features. But the way how it was presented, it gave a level of expectation that is not the reality of the situation.
So then, I just trying to figure out, right?
But then rightfully so, you do have to ask, what's the point of new security features if it's not going to roll out anytime soon? If we need them to prevent fraud and counterfeit bills, this way is not really making a difference.
I just also want to also raise another thing. And sorry, I do have a photo to show you all. I don't know how many of you all have seen it, right? I really want to get a photo to show you all. I don't have it right now. The Ministry of Works and Transports, under the Traffic Management Branch, is committed to improving facilities for pedestrians, especially urbanized areas of Trinidad and Tobago. Long story short, there's a new walkover crossing at City Gate, right? Excellent. Now, mind you, in 2024, we're celebrating the painting of white lines across a walkway. All right, cool. I mean, I get it. I like the fact that we actually painted the road, right? But we celebrate that,
Let's
right?
not forget, one of what, maybe the 5 or 6 photo opportunities our Minister of National Security in recent memory was a standpipe. Let's not forget that, Keaton.
Anyway, I am just, and somebody defended it saying, well, a standpipe means a lot to that area because it then means development of this and development of that. All right, cool.
2024, that is the low bar of development in Trinidad and Tobago, a standpipe.
Here's my thing, right?
Or 2022, probably.
Now, I'm hoping that the crosswalk, which, by the way, is a box with an X in it, so you go diagonal, you go vertical, the crosswalk is just a big X crossing on all sides, right? My issue is that in other countries...
Oh, wait, it's not a walkover.
Sorry, it's a crossing, right?
It's a crossing,
right?
Oh, it's just a... Okay.
So, my issue for me is quite personally. In other countries, we've seen this, such as in Canada. I believe in the UK, in some instances, they have it. And it works because the traffic lights are aligned and then the timing of the traffic lights are also very much considered. But according to our driving regulations here in Trinidad and Tobago, when you approach a crosswalk, you're supposed to slow down.
Yeah.
No matter what, you're supposed to slow down. You could probably see nobody standing on the pavement. You are supposed to slow down. You're not even supposed to block a crosswalk, right? That's our regulations. That's what they teach you. For those who actually got their licenses and have to buy it, that's what they teach you, right? Moving beyond that though, to me, at this point, I don't necessarily want to be highly critical, but at the same time, it seems as though this is a huge, this is going to be a huge issue for both motorists and pedestrians. When I'm approaching the box, and then the crosswalks that go in the box, vertical in the box, I'm supposed to slow down before the crosswalk. Then I'm supposed to slow down in the center because pedestrians could be walking up and down. It's probably good for pedestrians. It's another thing for motorists. It's not making sense. I wish I had the photo to show you guys.
Wait, so
I wish.
Is the crossing also cutting diagonally?
Yeah, Sean,
across?
you know what?
Because usually what happens
probably,
is...
look, this is it.
Right, yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah, yeah. Look.
Cool. Look at that. There you go. Thank you very much to our Derek. To me...
Because you do realize, Keaton, when a traffic light... Because there's at least one traffic light, right? And this looks like an intersection with traffic lights. When a traffic light is red, that means that the other direction, the perpendicular roadway, would be green. So when is walking available for the diagonal crossing? I've never seen a diagonal.
I don't
Have you seen this before?
No,
I've never seen this before.
I know I've seen this before in other countries.
Really?
But the point is, for me, that X does not make any sense. That X doesn't need to be there. People need to stop being lazy and stop walking up. No, you've got the other crossings.
Where have you seen an X? I have never seen. I've seen the box. If I want to go from the upper left to the bottom right, I make my way down. I first go down, or I go to the right, and then take the subsequent. And that's how I don't diagonally cut across the road.
This is a huge risk to motorists and pedestrians. And I don't know who thought of this or who planned. Put that back up, please. Put that back up. Folks, look at this. This is, to me, and I wish we had the calling segments. You could call in on Thursday and look at me and tell me, Keaton, you're not thinking straight. Your brain's not working. Keaton, you're being dunce. Whatever the case is. This is just not making sense to me. If you had the box with the vertical and the diagonal crossings, right, why do you need that X there? People could simply walk the parts that already exist through the box.
In what world?
How am I going to slow down when approaching the box? Then after I cross the first diagonal or vertical crossing, I have to slow down again in the center. This is just not, and then if there's traffic lights there, how is that? It's just not making sense.
But the next thing is, in what you see, when the traffic lights on the right, on the left or right are green, usually what that means is usually people could walk left to right, right to left on the upper and lower walks, right?
Anyway, listen.
Wherever it's red, then pedestrians walk, right? They walk when traffic has a red light. But when you're cutting across diagonally, somebody would have a green light, whether it's coming north-south or going east-west. So when exactly are we going to have a cycle where we're going to have all the traffic lights on red at the same time?
You know what?
Would that be on a timer?
Honestly.
Is that on a button?
Maybe.
And then when somebody maliciously trolls the public by pressing the button, whether they're going to cross or not.
Maybe I'm just getting frustrated for no reason.
No, but
no, hold on, because whether or not those lines are now painted and those lines, when those lines didn't exist, people were crossing like that anyway.
Maybe the lines
people
are
were
true.
crossing like that anyway. So maybe I'm making a mounting off of a
No. To be fair, Keaton, we have a tendency to formalize the wrong thing. Look at PH drivers. Technically, that's not supposed to be how it's done, but we formalize it.
No, but it's been allowed because it's an informal economy, which is just
like child begging.
Yeah.
Like child begging, like police officers thinking, "Ooh, I could do what I want on the roads." Not all police officers, by the way. I do see police officers drive responsibly and respect other motorists. And then you see the fools that literally they speed into nowhere. You know they speed into nowhere because less than 2 minutes or less than a minute ago, another police officer speed in the opposite direction. So I was like, where is the emergency apparently? Is it to the east or is it to the west? Is it the north or is it the south?
Anyway, sure, Michael.
But
I think we've reached the point where we've done a lot of talking.
Well, I just have one more point to make. It would have been the last story if somehow magically we got to it, but Keaton and I, it is what it is. There's been reports in one of the local newspapers about male suicide. One of the points, and I just like to highlight this last bit, the financial stress is real, right? I've seen men with lower income, the idea of breakfast may be a cigarette and a kiss cake, right? That's all they could afford, to put something in their belly. Now it creates a whole different level of stress. And when you're trying to make ends meet like that, things like meditation and yoga, reading a book, self-work, self-care, it becomes a privilege that you can't afford because you can barely eat. Those things are luxuries. When you have to fight in society every day to make ends meet, you don't have time for them things. We need to create a society where there's room and space for people to do those things, but right now there's young. That is the owner of one yoga studio, which I think, Keaton, it just points out that where now there's a lamentation about male suicide. And then we have this Yahoo that committed that crime, which I don't even want to mention the details again, what that you spoke about just before the break, right? So mental health is an issue. We have female suicides as well, right? And then you say it too. We have situations with children being parents trying to raise children. Like they all feed into themselves. And to what extent now is our society we can't just not afford the corruption anymore. We can't just not afford the inefficiency anymore, but we also cannot afford the stress and the strain that the failing economy, it's not failed yet, but it's in a state of heading towards it, I would argue, right? Dragonfield coming anytime soon, anybody? I don't know about that one. I'll believe when I see it, right? But then just the stress about all of these failures as well. Because when the ministry can't help you because they don't know what they're doing and they don't have enough money, and your medical needs can't be met by Ministry of Health because they at times can't seem to get enough money. Your children's education is up in the air because the Ministry of Education not really handling that seems correct, and they don't have enough money. And oh yeah, you might have to be in your house by 5:30 every day because you can't walk outside because it's not safe. How are we supposed to deal with that? How are we supposed to deal with that? I'll just say this.
You know, you just said some people choose to have a kiss cake and
a cigarette
for breakfast. And in the first instance, people are going to jump on and say, well, if you could spend $2 on a cigarette, you could spend $2 on something else to go with the kiss cake, right?
Yeah,
and,
what?
And I think people need to understand, and it's an actual thing. Nicotine actually equates to, or the consumption of nicotine equates to suppression of hunger.
Yeah.
So there are some people who will actually smoke cigarettes because nicotine suppresses your hunger. And if this is news to you, well, that is just the reality. And that's scientifically proven.
What are you going to buy for $2 to fill your belly? 2 bobbies?
You could get 2 bobbies for $2, no?
That's a good question. I don't know. I just assumed that we didn't reach the past of $1 yet. What about mints? Is mints going to fill someone's belly? Yeah, maybe in the past when you could almost buy a 16-ounce Coke for $2.50.
To be real honest with you, even debating this, I've heard a story where a family of 5 on a morning will sit down and share a bowl of onions for breakfast right here in TNT. And I mean, as much as I keep saying, you know, we have it a lot nicer than other countries, and in many instances we do. There is a huge part of society of which we are ignoring and we are choosing to ignore. Society that is trying to survive and falling on the wayside. The amount of people I've seen now that have become displaced or homeless. And it's really disheartening as well that it's a lot of the older generations. And some of them say, you know, a lot of it is to do with drug abuse or the family kicked them out or whatever. I'm just seeing a lot more homeless people now. It ties back into this story about all these children at the side of the road begging. You know, men wanting to wash your windshield and asking you for $1 in return now is...
Which is against the law.
Which, by the way, some of them very aggressive about it.
Yeah.
Right? And then it have some people who just begging, you know, because they can't find a job. Now, I would like to argue otherwise, but the thing is, on reality, on the ground, things are very, very difficult. Very, very, very difficult. And if we want to ignore it, if we choose to ignore it, then guess what? We're going to continue on this decline. We're descending. Yeah. I cannot see TNT ascending to the glory days anytime soon. I could be wrong, but put it this way. The hope for that is fading and fading very quickly. For some, it's probably already faded.
I'm going to just wrap things up and I'll let you close. We just had Easter. Eid is coming up.
Eid is tomorrow.
Eid is tomorrow. And what happened last night happened, right? And usually, now's the time I will say, despite all my pessimism, I still believe in TNT. It's too hard to say that this morning. It is way too hard. I can't even imagine what that mother feels right now, because I don't even know the girl. And I just don't have the emotional energy to have any optimism right now. All I will say is this: we can't afford a lot of things, a lot of the excess, but the most important thing that we can't afford are weak politicians that just don't seem to be up to the task of righting the ship. And they just want to sell us a bill of fake goods. Things, we don't have enough money, but somehow things are great, right? Look at the IMF report. Look at this, look at that. Look at all the things that we're doing. Let's not dwell on the negative things that we're not doing, or we're unable to do, or we don't want to do. So yeah, another child has been murdered. This was not collateral damage this time. And I don't know when the rest of us are gonna have enough, but I wish it happened, you know, maybe sometime the year before last year.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for Talking Point this morning. Thank you very much for your viewership and support. Sean Michael Small, hang on in there, buddy. What can I say? The news is tragic, to say the least. But as we leave and we bid farewell Tuesday, we are not live tomorrow, and by that we extend Eid Mubarak wishes and greetings to the Muslim community here in Trinidad and Tobago, the wider region and across the world as they celebrate Eid al-Fitr, marking the conclusion of the holy month of Ramadan. So Eid Mubarak greetings to all from Talking Point, myself, Sean Michael Small, and the rest of the team here at WESN. Do have a great day today and a great day tomorrow in all that you do, and hopefully when we return on Thursday, the phone lines will be back up so that you may make your contributions. But I'm Keaton Shaw, and this has been Talking Point. Take care. Bye-bye.
WESN.
My name is Karma Mirage. As a lifelong entrepreneur, I often share the benefit of my experience with our young innovators and small businesses. Just as I strive to guide others, our Constitution must also foster an environment for citizens to thrive. This begins with education catering to diverse learning styles and extends to establishing frameworks that support new enterprise. But are we doing enough? Constitutional reform needs your input by 15 April at constitutionalreform2024.gov.tt. It's your future, your constitution, your voice.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
It is, now you don't need to register nothing, we can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe we're different criminals and we manipulated the law and we're exploiting the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
My name is Carl Media, and I'm the founder and the host of Ever Increasing Voice Ministries. Join me every Saturday and Sunday on WESN, this powerful station, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. nightly. Also on Sundays, I'll be on at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night time. When you come here, we are getting people heavenly ready.
Coming soon to WESN.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond
wanna-
to me.
respond
Respond to
to
me
you?
how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, so we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren. Coming soon to WESN.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
The newest book is here, Closer to the Church, the debut novel by author and former mayor Louis Lee Singh. Available at all the Home Store branches, Barataria, West Mall, Shogunas and C3 San Fernando. Paper-based bookshop 10 Nook Avenue, St. Anne's. WESN 30A Gattaca Street, Woodbrook. Metropolitan Bookshop, Ariapita Avenue, Woodbrook, and all RIK bookstores nationwide. Available online as paperback on Amazon.com and Kindle for e-readers. For more info, call 628-5835 or 389-6504. Also available from author Louis Lee Singh, I Used to Live in Heaven, Letters to My Granddaughters, and Local Government in Trinidad, Conspiracy Against the People. FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
We are WESN, the premier platform for Caribbean content. WESN, covering West, East, South, and North. WESN, we entertainment, sports, and news. WESN, available on Greendot 7, Amplia 118, Airlink 17, Bmobile 107, Digicel 21, ICNTT 105, and Flow 110. Connect with us at WESNCC or stream online at www.wesncc.com. WESN, your premier platform for Caribbean content.
Young at heart, purpose-driven, patriot even. When you like to party, but are still passionate about discussing important issues, the only place where your needs will be met is WESN Content Capital.
On Monday, the Kremlin spokesperson said Germany's planned military presence in Lithuania would escalate tensions.
And you are up to speed with all of our top stories in the newsroom this hour. Up next, it's Talking Europe with Armin Georgian.
Hello and welcome to Talking Europe. It's not easy to strike a balance between regulation and economic growth. Workers expect to be protected, and the EU also has plenty of regulations to honour if it's to meet its targets on the environment and net zero. But businesses also need to grow. My guest today says that they're being held back by excessive red tape as well as by other factors. That's not only bad for companies, but it also hurts the EU's competitiveness compared to China and the US, according to Marcus Beira. He heads Business Europe, the largest business organization on the continent, which represents national employers, associations and companies, and he joins me from Brussels. Marcus Beira, thank you so much for being my guest. Now, your members are saying that the EU has a problem of attractiveness, of attracting investors, and things are not improving, apparently.
Well, we run a report called European Reform Barometer every year in spring. So the result last year was that 90% of our members were saying that the business location is worse off than 3 years before. And the result of this year was that the situation has not improved, has continued to slightly decline. So there's an issue, and we see it in all figures. We see that more investment happens outside Europe than in Europe. We see that we lag behind in growth compared to our major competitors, and we also see that we had employment in industrial production declining. So we have a problem. The industry location is under pressure, and we'll need to find answers to this.
So you mentioned several factors behind this stagnation, and that includes excessive regulation and lengthy permitting procedures. Maybe we can just focus on that for a moment.
Well, we ask our members what is the reasons for this development. And the reason number one is, of course, the too high energy prices. This is a very important reason. But then our members talk about regulatory tsunami, meaning that we simply had too much bureaucracy falling on our members in the last years. And we have too lengthy permitting procedures in order to make industrial investments and the infrastructure investments happening.
Yeah, and the European Commission keeps talking about simplifying procedures, and actually it talks about reducing reporting requirements by 25%. But you're suggesting that the opposite is happening, right? If you're talking about a tsunami of regulation. Perhaps we can take the concrete example of the Corporate Due Diligence Directive, which has added these reporting requirements on companies that you say is unworkable.
Well, I mean, this target of the European Commission to reduce the regulatory burden via reporting requirements by 25% is highly welcome. This is a step in the right direction, as are the Net Zero Industry Act or the Critical Raw Materials Act. But of course, there are still too many other points adding burden, and you rightly mentioned the CSDDD directive, the Due Diligence Directive, on which we have always been ready to take up responsibility, and our companies are taking responsibility in all the markets they invest. But we always said the solutions need to be workable and need to also work for companies. And what we have at the table now, and what is the result of this compromise that has been found in Coreper a couple of weeks ago, is simply not workable, and imposes obligations on European companies in a unilateral way, with the risk that some companies might leave markets in Asia or in Africa.
I was going to ask you about that. Is there, because you do say in your Rebooting Europe document that that European companies could pull out of global operations. So we're back to this question of competitiveness. But is there any evidence of that already?
Well, there's clear evidence of this. I mean, I cited it before. We see that already before the exogenous shock, what was the war in Ukraine, we had the investment flows going outside of Europe, meaning more investment happening outside Europe than in Europe. And we also see that industrial production is declining. We see that employment in the industrial production is declining. And we also see that we are falling behind our major competitors as far as growth is concerned. You know that Europe will grow by 0.5% this year, the US by 2.5%, and China, of course, even higher. But more important than this, if you look at the last 10 years, in 7 out of these 10 years, the US growth was significantly larger than in Europe. So we have an issue, but and we need to find solutions to redress the situation.
What is the solution then? Is it to push back on these environmental standards which are in the background of these directives, like the Corporate Due Diligence Directive?
Well, no, the solution is to, I mean, first find the balance in these pieces of legislation. And as I said, we were always ready to be part of a workable solution. Like, for instance, we have been in the Forced Labor Directive. This is also something which will impose burdens on companies. This will not be easy to implement. But on this one, we have been on board, not only on the targets, but also on the measures, because there was a clear attempt to find a workable solution for business.
Just looking at
due diligence, what the solution that was found, as we see it and as our members see it, is not workable for business, and therefore is a bad compromise.
When I look at your document, A Resilient European Union, you've got 7 points there with sort of the main policy prescriptions that you promote. There's nothing that directly mentions the environment, and there's, I would say, an emphasis on moving away from a regulatory approach. So environmental groups would be pretty concerned, I think, reading that.
No, what we want is, and it's very clear, we have always been supporting the Green Deal, and we have always been supporting the targets of the Green Deal. But what we are saying is we see that we are losing out as far as global competitiveness is concerned, and therefore we will need to complement the Green Deal by an industrial deal.
Yeah, I was going to come on to that, because we saw 850,000 manufacturing jobs disappear, according to the European Trade Union Confederation, between 2019 and 2023. What jobs do you want to create? Is it those jobs that disappeared, or a different kind of industrial job?
Well, I think we need to do both. It's very important that we create jobs in the new sectors, and this is why we are fully on board in generating the investment conditions for new industries and for green industries and for the transformation. but we also need to make sure that we do not lose more jobs on the other side of the spectrum. So what we need is not only create the green jobs, but to green the whole industrial value chains, because we will only be successful if we are able to have successful value chains in Europe. So to bring, I mean, as you show the windmills, to bring an example, it's very important that we invest in renewable energy. It's important that we produce the technology, and the technology is not just coming from elsewhere, but it's also important where the steel to produce these windmills comes from and where the turbines are produced. So what we need is to transform the whole value chains in a way that we will have successful value chains on European soil.
So does all of that start with retraining workers and people having new skills? Is that what your companies are lacking at the moment?
This is another thing, and we just had a meeting with the Americans yesterday, and they said if there was not all these other big problems caused by the war and cost of energy, this would of course be the most pressing issue, because all our companies tell us that they lack skilled labor and they lack skilled people. So this is a big concern. We are satisfied as the European Commission has come up with an action plan to address this topic, because this is one of the most burning issues. And the issues we are asking for is we need to mobilize the inactive in order to bring the people to the labor market in Europe, which could be in the labor market. We need to facilitate intra-EU mobility, and we also need to attract the qualified labor from third countries we also need for our labor markets.
Yeah, let's break that down. I mean, firstly, on the action plan, as you know, there's been this European Year of Skills that's been going on. Do you see that actually bringing any concrete change, or is it more sort of public relations at this point?
Well, the European Years of Skills comes to an end. It was important because the issue was discussed. But we have higher expectations towards the action plan because, I mean, it was just presented and we are now discussing the details. But it puts the finger on the right issues. So, as I said, there's many people in Europe who could work and are not part of the labor market, partly because the circumstances are not there, partly because maybe the incentives are not always set in the right way. So this is something we need to have a look at.
What about labour from outside the EU? You touched on that. What kind of skills do your companies need from people that are outside the EU?
Well, if we look at, and of course it's a mosaic. I mean, it's very much activating the inactive. It's about training and retraining the people we have. It's about intra-EU mobility, but it is also attracting talent from where we can get it. And of course, the issue will be, this will need to be more precise than it has been in the past. We will need to find ways to attract the hands and brains we will need for our production processes and we want to have as part of our labor markets.
We'll leave it there. Thank you so much to my guest, Markus Behrer, Head of Business Europe. That's all for this part of Talking Europe. In part 2, we'll be going to Romania, where the EU election campaign is heating up.
In 1971, the Bangladesh nation was born. It marked the end of a 9-month struggle for independence, which took the lives of as many as 3 million people.
My father told me that he saw during the war so much atrocities against the women and children.
Half a century later, the textile industry has given the nation a boost, but numerous natural disasters place Bangladesh at the forefront of climate change.
Back then we had fish, goats and cows and other dairy animals, but by adding more salt to the water, we lost everything.
A nation that is looking ahead, but must come to terms with its past. The birth of Bangladesh revisited on France 24 and France24.com.
UNRWA, the UN agency that manages the daily lives of nearly 6 million Palestinians, is at the heart of a global storm. Israel accuses 12 agency employees of having taken part in the deadly Hamas attacks on October the 7th. The head of UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini, has since embarked on a frantic diplomatic campaign.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I'm here today because UNRWA is at a breaking point.
The main donor states have turned their backs, and the agency's social and educational missions are in jeopardy. Watch Philippe Lazzarini, 30 Days to Save UNRWA, on France 24 and France24.com.
WESN.
Here is the WESN News on the Hour. I am Sira Ali. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. A 4-year-old girl mutilated in Aruca. Tragic fatal collision claims the life of Aziza Mohammed. And internationally, total solar eclipse seen across Mexico, the US and Canada. Now for the details. A horrifying incident unfolded in Aruca on Monday night, resulting in the tragic death of 4-year-old Amara Lalit. At around 10:10 p.m., a distressed woman residing on 5th Street, Aruca, rushed to the local police station to report a case of abuse. She recounted being assaulted by a man known to her, who also had her child in his custody. The woman bore visible signs of violence, with torn clothes and marks of abuse. A team of officers, led by Inspector Pear and Inspector Joshua, accompanied the woman to her residence, only to make a chilling discovery. Inside the home, they found the lifeless body of her young girl beheaded. Her head was found in one room, while her mutilated body was discovered in another. The suspect, a 39-year-old individual, was apprehended at the scene, where 2 knives were recovered. Senior Superintendent Richard Smith, leading the response team, expressed shock over the ghastly incident, describing it as heartbreaking and serious. Amid speculations about the suspect's mental health, authorities refrained from confirming any mental illness. Aziza Mohammed, aged 38, residing at Main God Trace in Freeport, met with a fatal accident on the highway. The collision, transpiring around 3:45 p.m., involved a grey Hyundai Accent traveling southward near Gasparillo. The driver lost control, veering across the median. The Hyundai collided with a white Ford Ranger pickup driven by Aziza Mohammed, who was heading northbound on the highway. Despite immediate response, Aziza succumbed to her injuries at the scene of the crash. In international news, across Mexico, the US and Canada, inside a ribbon of land stretching 155 miles wide but more than 4,000 miles long, tens of millions of people tilted their heads to the sky and watched in wonder as the day turned to night. The moon moved between the Earth and the sun, extinguishing its light in a total solar eclipse. The path of totality spanned the continent, beginning over the warm sands of a Mexican beach town and darkening the skies above the crashing waters of Niagara Falls before ending its journey on the shores of Canada's Newfoundland. Well, that's it. News on the Hour on WESN. I am Sira Ali. Thank you for watching.
WESN.
Good day, and today is the 1st of December 2022, and you are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. I'm your host, Rondell Dono, attorney at law once again. I'm happy to bring the law and you. Of course, today we must commemorate World AIDS Day, and of course, the theme this year is equalize, and we must pay homage to persons who would have lost their life to this deadly disease. Well, it's no longer deadly. However, it's important that you get tested. It's important that you know your status, practice abstinence, as well as use contraceptives, etc. And of course, it's no doubt that we are speaking today about medical and the medical area which intertwines with law, and this is relation to forensic pathology and the criminal justice system. And I am very honored, of course, to have an international guest, I should say, a renowned forensic pathologist by the name of Dr. Alfredo Eugene Walker. There's a lot of letters after the name, but I won't say all the letters. But of course, he is the Vice Chair and Director of Education at the Department of Pathology and Lab Medicine in the Faculty of Medicine in the University of Ottawa. Just a bit about Dr. Walker. He has held the position of forensic pathologist for the past 11 years at the Ontario Forensic Pathology Service, which is based within the Eastern Ontario Regional Forensic Pathology Unit at the Ottawa Hospital General Campus. Now, Dr. Walker is a medical graduate of the School of Medicine, Faculty of Medical Sciences at the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine Campus, Trinidad and Tobago. He has completed both residency in anatomical pathology and a fellowship in forensic pathology in the United Kingdom. Over the years, he has mentored several students who have an interest in anatomical pathology and or forensic pathology. He was instrumental in the establishment of the Pathology Club of the University of the West Indies in August 2020 and conceptualized and implemented Caribbean pathology and laboratory medical student initiatives of the University of Ottawa to support these needs. Now, Dr. Walker is a very active author who has written 4 chapters to date in forensic pathology textbooks and several articles in academic journals. He has been an invited speaker at many of international conferences, including the recently concluding conference in Trinidad and Tobago with respect to the 6th Caribbean Medical, Legal and Forensic Symposium, which was entitled Courtroom Examination of Bodies of Evidence, Trials and Errors, which took place in November 18th and 19th in 2022. I know it's a lot of information, it's a lot of medical terms. Of course, he's a proud son of the soil doing amazing work in the international stage, and he's giving back, and he has continued to give back to our local jurisprudence. Of course, he is joining us via Zoom, so let me put him on screen and welcome Dr. Walker. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Donovan. I am fine. How are you?
I am well, and thank you for joining us on Strictly Legal. We are indeed grateful for your presence. Of course, I know you are a very busy person.
It's my pleasure to be here. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago.
Indeed. Now, I note that this topic is about forensic pathology and the criminal justice system. So let us start with just an overview of what is forensic pathology.
So forensic pathology is a subspecialty area of medicine that deals with the investigation of deaths of a medical legal nature. So basically, it deals with sudden, unexpected, unexplained, unnatural or violent deaths, and it is a subspecialty area of anatomical pathology. Anatomical pathology deals with the diagnosis of diseases, more so the naked eye changes that they cause in the different organs and systems of the body, as well as the microscopic level. And forensic pathology is a subspecialty area of that, in which additionally forensic pathologists are trained in injury interpretation, as well as the interaction of drugs and toxins with injuries and natural disease so as to determine the medical cause of death and to advise on the manner of death.
Now, you're saying that, of course, there is obviously a difference between forensic pathology and anatomical pathology. Can you just give us in terms of what is the difference?
So anatomical pathology, as I said, is mainly deals with the diagnosis of disease in persons, be it living or dead. An anatomical pathologist would be someone who examines a biopsy of a lump from a breast, biopsy from an enlarged prostate, biopsy of a colonic tumor, etc., to determine whether it is cancerous or not, and if it is cancerous, what type of cancer, because the different microscopic types, histological types, can influence treatment. So anatomical pathology, more or less, deals with the diagnosis of disease and the tissue changes that they cause so as to treat persons. And an anatomical pathologist more or less works in a hospital, a laboratory, an anatomical pathology laboratory, where a variety of specimens removed from patients, be it biopsies or resection specimens, are sent, and those tissues and organs are processed into microscopic sections, glass slides, which are then looked at under the microscope. As a secondary spin-off, anatomical pathologists would also perform post-mortem examinations in certain types of deaths, the natural deaths, some accidental deaths, some suicides, but by and large, the criminally suspicious deaths and frankly homicidal deaths should be the purview of forensic pathologists.
And it's important that you mentioned criminal suspicious deaths and homicide is really under the purview of forensic pathologists. And of course, it draws into the question in terms of why is a forensic pathologist important, right, in terms of whether it is by virtue of giving evidence to suggest, the cause of death, or to assist or aid in what you call the criminal justice system.
Yes, so forensic pathologists are supposed to, according to the requirements in North America, in the United States, in Canada, in the United Kingdom, in Australia, and other more medical legally advanced jurisdictions, should be firstly trained in anatomical pathology and then undergo subspecialty training in forensic pathology. And that additional subspecialty period of training in forensic pathology gives them the necessary exposure, experience, skills to assess injuries, to classify injuries, to assess them, and to develop a level of expertise in the effects of injuries as they relate to the cause of death, mechanism of death, the manner of death. On top of that as well, you have the effects of drugs and toxins, so illicit drugs of abuse, alcohol, therapeutic drugs, etc. And sitting on top of that also would be any underlying significant natural disease which may or may not have played a part in the death, such as heart disease, etc. So basically, when it comes to determining the medical cause of death in certain categories of death, the forensic pathologist is able to assess the relative contributions of injuries, drugs and toxins, and natural disease to determine to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the medical cause of death.
And of course, does that mean now that a forensic pathologist his role is fundamental when it comes to giving now evidence, because obviously you know the cause of death. But when now it comes to giving that evidence in the courtroom, is it that you need special training, or is it that it's a matter of just using your advice as a medical professional to give that type of evidence in the court?
So the end result of what we do in forensic pathology is the preparation of a medical legal report, a post-mortem examination report. Prosecution of a criminal matter, be it a charge of murder, manslaughter, etc., or for civil litigation purposes, insurance purposes, would be the end result. So therefore, by the mere fact of the end product being used as some form of evidence, we as forensic pathologists must be trained in navigating the court system. And most of our interaction would be in the criminal justice system, in the criminal courts. So as part of my training as a forensic pathologist in the United Kingdom, I had to undergo 5 days mandatory 5-day training in expert witness testimony, expert witness training. And this was paid for and sanctioned by the British Home Office. It's one of the mandatory requirements to get on the Home Secretary's register of accredited forensic pathologists, who are the only ones who could do criminally suspicious deaths on behalf of the Crown in England and Wales. So this is where you are basically given theoretical, the theory behind principles of courtroom testimony, how to write a medical legal report, how to handle cross-examination, and that is admixed with practical experiences in simulated courtroom testimony exercises. And this is a mandatory requirement for anyone who wants to be a consultant forensic pathologist to the British Home Office in England and Wales. In other jurisdictions, it's not a mandatory requirement, but it should be, because one can be the best prosector in the autopsy suite and produce, good findings which are valid. But if you cannot translate those findings into a written report that's usable for the stakeholder who is the recipient of that report, and you cannot translate your written report into valid oral testimony in a judicial hearing, then you will not be beneficial to the justice system. So courtroom testimony training should be part and parcel of the training in forensic pathology. So it's not just, it's a fallacy to believe that because medical doctors attain a certain, high level of academic attainment, that they inherently have the skills and knowledge to be a credible expert witness. Unfortunately, it does not work like that. And to be effective, one has to undergo formal expert witness training, formal courtroom testimony training.
Now, that's interesting that it's a policy or by nature of law that in other jurisdictions, such as United Kingdom, I think you mentioned Canada, whereby that sort of mandatory training is important. Now, let's take us to the Caribbean. I mean, you note that in other jurisdictions that is not mandatory. But is there anything that is being done in terms of to lobby the authorities to have that particular expert witness training be done in, let's say, the Caribbean, especially Trinidad and Tobago?
So the more progressive jurisdictions would recognize the need for formal courtroom testimony training. And over the years, I have had the privilege of interacting with many Caribbean jurisdictions. And in 2018, I was able to basically facilitate expert witness training for the staff of the St. Lucia Forensic Science Laboratory. And since then, that was obviously pre-COVID and it was in person. And since then, we have had a couple of online expert witness training activities. If I should just backtrack a bit,
Indeed.
The organization for which I worked in the United Kingdom, the Forensic Science Service, ran the mandatory expert witness training on behalf of the Home Office. And after successfully navigating that training as a trainee back in 2005. Once I qualified as a forensic pathologist and came on board as a staff pathologist, I was the dedicated trainer and assessor for all prospective consultant forensic pathologists in England and Wales for 3 years. So when I migrated to Ottawa 11 years ago, and I took on the role as being lead trainer here for the forensic pathology component of our anatomical pathology residency program, it was fortuitous that the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada around that same time instituted courtroom testimony training for residents, postgrad trainees in anatomical pathology. So I was asked by the program director to basically take up that the mantle of that responsibility. So we introduced together, myself and a colleague, we introduced an annual program of practical simulated courtroom testimony exercises, as well as every 2 years they get 4 didactic lectures. And it's on the backdrop of having done that since I think we started in 2014 that I was able to extrapolate that training to St. Lucia, and as well, more recently, Belize has also benefited from that training. It's all accredited through the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Ottawa, which accredits activities vicariously on behalf of the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada. So anyone who participates in that courtroom testimony training would receive a certificate of attendance, which is accredited.
Oh, that's amazing, and I'm sure we will get to what has been done in Trinidad and Tobago just recently. Now let's take a pin. We have to take a break. You're watching Strictly Legal. We'll be right back.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful. The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have 2. Lamar
Why? You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No.
Let's go to the last part.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward and our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for. It's called loss and damage, and we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region.
Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
and welcome back to Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. You are live via the web with Dr. Alfredo Walker of the University of Ottawa, and we are speaking about forensic pathology and the criminal justice system. Before the break, Dr. Walker, we were discussing in terms of different symposium or training sessions that you would have been instrumental in facilitating with respect to other Caribbean jurisdictions. Now let's deal with Trinidad and Tobago. Is it that training as well has been facilitated here? In courtroom
no, it
with
has
this
not been.
experts? Yes.
No, it hasn't happened as yet.
Okay, good. But of course, I recall that just recently, you would have, well, there would have been a symposium, a forensic, medical, legal, and forensic symposium in Trinidad and Tobago on November 18th and 19th with respect to courtroom examination of bodies of evidence, trial, and errors. Can you just give a brief overview of what exactly was that symposium about?
So this was the 6th Caribbean Medical, Legal, and Forensic Symposium, which started way back in 2016 in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as the then annual Forensic Science Symposium of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Medical and Bar Associations. And that basically came out as a result of our own Justice Katian Waterman Lachu, who was then a member of the criminal bench of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Circuit, who was stationed in St. Vincent and realized that there were problems with forensic pathology, and basically he approached the president of the Bar Association to provide some forum for the facilitation of workshops. So the first 3 events were held in person in St. Vincent, and it grew progressively, 2016, 2017, and 2018. And then in 2019, we took it to St. Lucia because it was, swelling at the seams. It was getting too big for St. Lucia, for St. Vincent. So 2019, we had a 3-day event in St. Lucia. And in 2020, it should have been in person in Trinidad and Tobago, but unfortunately, COVID-19 had other plans. So the 6th one was held in person, as you said, on November 18th and 19th.
And that is the photos that we're seeing on the screen, yes. That was the conference.
That's the photos that you're seeing on the screen. On the theme, courtroom examination of bodies of evidence, trials, and errors. And this theme was specifically selected because the impetus of this conference was to showcase the need for quality assurance in forensic pathology and forensic science to ensure that miscarriages of justice do not occur from faulty science entering the criminal justice system. The keynote speaker was Dr. Michael Polanen, Chief Forensic Pathologist of the Ontario Forensic Pathology Service, who spoke on the detrimental effects that incompetence and lack of appropriate training in forensic pathology had on the province of Ontario back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And this surrounded the work of pediatric pathologists who had no forensic pathology training or certification, but ended up doing pediatric homicides, made lots of errors of misinterpretation, which led to miscarriages of justice. In one case, an uncle went to jail wrongfully for 14 years before the error was recognized.
And of course, we've seen where, particularly in this symposium, there were numerous legal luminaries who would have participated. Can you just walk us through who were the luminaries, especially in Trinidad and Tobago, who would have facilitated or who would have been guests in terms of either being a moderator or being, basically speakers?
Sure, certainly. So the Attorney General, the Honorable Reginald Amor, Senior Counsel, brought opening remarks to start off the symposium. And the very first presentation was done by the Honorable Chief Justice, Ivor Archie, Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And there were numerous presentations from practicing senior counsels and judicial luminaries, such as Gilbert Peterson, Senior Counsel. There was Justice of the Court of Appeal, Alice York Suhan, Justice Katian Waterman. We had Magistrate Lisa Singh Phillips, representing the Chief Magistrate. We had Ms. Haseen Sheikh, Director of the Public Defender's Department. Mr. Tain Pear, Attorney at Law in Private Practice, and a host of other presenters. And this photograph on the screen at the moment basically captures some of the legal and judicial luminaries from Trinidad and Tobago who were in attendance. And
oh, that's great. And of course, I know that this has been, I think this is you said this is the first in Trinidad and Tobago in person.
Yes.
Yes, and some of the feedback in terms of the participants. I know the participants would have included medical as well as legal personnel within our jurisprudence.
The feedback has been tremendous. It has been great. We had a total of 175 participants, 133 registrants, and 42 speakers. And to date, this is the highest attendance thus far. 2019 in St. Lucia would have been the highest, but however, Trinidad has exceeded that number. Next year, we will be in Barbados, and plans are already underway to prepare for that. And
maybe you can bring the Strictly Legal team to cover that event. You know, I'm just putting it out there.
Yes. You are invited to attend and cover it at your own expense.
That's the caveat right there.
Yeah. Yes. So
we will consider.
This is a movement which basically wants to advance the practice of medical jurisprudence in the Caribbean. You have like-minded practitioners from all aspects of medical legal, death investigation, civil litigation, whose sole purpose is to basically sensitize as to the limitations that exist in the different forensic science areas, educate on best practices, and bring everyone together so that in each jurisdiction, we will more or less be singing from a unified hymn sheet that will best serve the interests of the judicial system for the benefit of the average man and woman.
Indeed, and it's important to note when I reviewed the program, forensic pathology forms part of every facet in terms of every area, right, of the criminal justice system, whether it be by virtue of child protection, deaths, you know, of course, deaths being homicide, as well as sexual offenses, various areas, DNA. So it covers everything within the justice system. So therefore, it is important, of course, that that training and that obviously awareness be given, particularly through the medical eye as well as the legal eye for our practitioners, both defenders, prosecutors, as well as our judicial officers.
Yes, it is.
And
anyone who is involved in the criminal justice system has a seat at the table. So police officers, crime scene examiners, forensic pathologists, district medical officers who act as first medical responders to the scenes of sudden and unexpected death, forensic pathologists, prosecutors, criminal defense lawyers, magistrates, judges, anyone who has a seat at the table based on their 9-to-5 job, their 8-to-4 job is welcome. As well as this symposium was used to basically be the official launch pad for the Caribbean Medical Legal Society, which is the body of like-minded individuals who basically share this common good, and you will hear more about that as it progresses. The Caribbean Medical Legal Society will be registered as a non-governmental organization in Trinidad and Tobago, and Ms. Teresa Haddad, attorney at law, is spearheading that aspect of it.
And I'm happy that you know that there are many personnel that are involved, many known legal personnel, even doctors, the police officers, you know, in every facet of our society is involved and understand the need for particular and meaningful reform, right, of the criminal justice system, particularly when it comes to not only detecting crime, but of course ensuring that, you know, the verdict is correctly made in terms of when a suspect is tried. Because I know, as you mentioned, you know, someone who would have served a time in prison, I think it was 14 years, was wrongfully imprisoned, and due to the lack of proper expert evidence.
Yes.
So, Dr. Walker, we are out of time, so thank you very much. Just any closing statements that you would like to make?
I just want to, you know, thank you for giving me the opportunity to highlight this very important area, which is yet evolving. Anyone who wants to get involved, please feel free to contact me.
And
it's aewalker@eorla.ca. And yeah, we look forward to have many more than 175 persons in Barbados in 2023.
Can we quickly put that up? What's the email address again?
So it's aewalker@eorla.ca.
aewalker@eorla.ca. Dr. Alfredo Eugene Walker. Thank you very much. We are indeed appreciative. Thank you. So, guys, it's a wrap. You have been watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Of course, you can stream us live, or you can watch our replay on WESN CC, as well as our podcasts at strictlylegalwithrondeldonowa.com. Before I end, I will leave you with this quote: respect is earned, honesty is appreciated, trust is gained, and loyalty is returned. Do have a blessed day. Take care now. Bye.
WESN.
The newest book is here, Closer to the Church, the debut novel by author and former mayor Louis Lee Singh. Available at all the Home Store branches, Barataria, West Mall, Shogunas, and C3 San Fernando. Paper-based bookshop 10 Nook Avenue, St. Anne's. WESN 30A Gattaca Street, Woodbrook. Metropolitan Bookshop, Ariapita Avenue, Woodbrook, and all RIK bookstores nationwide. Available online as paperback on Amazon.com and Kindle for e-readers. For more info, call 628-5835 or 389-6504. Also available from author Louis Lee Singh, I Used to Live in Heaven, Letters to My Granddaughters, and Local Government in Trinidad, Conspiracy Against the People.
WESN, the premier platform for Caribbean content. WESN, covering West, East, South, and North. WESN, we entertainment, sports, and news. WESN, available on Greendot 7, Amplia 118, Airlink 17, Bmobile 107, Digicel 21, ICNTT 105, and Flow 110. Connect with us at WESNCC or stream online at www.wesncc.com. WESN, your premier platform for Caribbean content.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
My name is Carl Media, and I'm the founder and the host of Ever Increasing Voice Ministries. Join me every Saturday and Sunday on WESN, this powerful station, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. nightly. Also on Sundays, I'll be on at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night time. When you come here, we are getting people heavenly ready.
Coming soon to WESN.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So here we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren. Coming soon to WESN.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website, www.fanzonett.com, for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website, fanzonett.com, to make your purchase today.
Young at heart, purpose-driven, patriot even. When you like to party, but are still passionate about discussing important issues, the only place where your needs will be met is WESN Content Capital.
nations.
Great to see you, sir.
First, a meeting with Hungary's chief of diplomacy, a country reticent to support the agency. The Russian ambassador, a UN heavyweight, but whose financial support remains quite modest. And on to France, a contributor country whose support seems to be wavering.
That's okay with you? Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
A meeting's organised at the EU delegation with all 27 member states. The stakes are high. The European Union, one of the main pillars of UNRWA, has yet to confirm its funding.
€50 million are going to be going immediately to UNRWA. An additional €68 million will be given as an emergency funding for Palestinians in the whole region.
I expect a lot of support from the member states. Most member states are committed to Resolution 302. In fact, they are committed to the mission and mandate entrusted to UNRWA and will do all they can to assure their support until the day there will be a lasting and fair political solution for the Palestinian people. And from that day on, UNRWA will need to transition and finally hand over the keys to a new state.
193 states are invited to this extraordinary session.
Nice meeting you. Same here. Thank you, and thank you for organizing this session today.
It's a historic first for UNRWA.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I'm here today because UNRWA, the United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees, is at a breaking point. The agency's ability to fulfill its mandate is seriously threatened. Your urgent action is needed to facilitate a political solution that will bring peace to Palestinians and Israelis, and in this context alone, allow the agency to transition. The agency cannot fulfill the mandate given by this Assembly without matching funding from its members.
First, we need to tell member states, beware. These attacks targeting the agency very clearly have a political agenda. And these accusations are, of course, coming from the Israeli representative. In fact, he's contesting the concept of the status of Palestinian refugees. He doesn't seem to see that if the status of Palestinian refugees still exists, it is because no political solution has been found to the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, and that the UN resolution has always been very clear. The issue of the right to return will be settled once the conflict has been resolved. The question of the right of return does not necessarily mean a physical return. It's a return based on recognition, a compensation for, how can I put it, the fate endured by the Palestinian refugees and their descendants.
Today, Philippe Lazzarini is at the Swiss Federal Palace to meet with members of parliament. He needs to ensure Switzerland does not freeze the 20 million francs promised by the Swiss Confederation. First among the socialists, and then the Greens, the head of UNRWA is preaching to the converted.
Je suis à Berne aujourd'hui pour rencontrer 2-3 groupes parlementaires.
It's a chance for these lawmakers to fine-tune their strategy.
Et le rapport final, ce sera fin avril.
D'accord. Et après, il y a encore le rapport Colonna.
C'est ça le rapport.
Ça, c'est le rapport Colonna.
Rapport d'enquête, je ne sais pas.
Okay.
Ça, c'est un processus complètement indépendant sur lequel je ne cherche pas du tout à m'immiscer.
Mais donc fin avril. Donc c'est vrai que si la Suisse libérait la moitié déjà, En attendant ce rapport pour la deuxième moitié.
Ça serait une position en ligne avec
la position, disons, oui.
Comme ça.
Et ça, oui. Non, mais je pense que c'est important de le faire rapidement. Enfin, on discutera en commission.
À bientôt.
Je vais t'amener en face parce que...
Vous auriez dû me mettre plus la rue d'épreuve pour me préparer pour les autres. Exactement.
Il est 16h20. Voilà. On vous propose de vous installer.
Oui, non, absolument.
On va faire commander plutôt un petit groupe.
On the other hand, everything is still up in the air with the radical liberals.
Non, c'est bien. Concentrer.
Plutôt, pas tous là, je pense que c'est plus simple si on peut le faire ainsi.
I hope Switzerland will follow the lead of these countries who have maintained or resumed their funding. I hope that Switzerland, my country, continues its humanitarian tradition and continues to promote and apply humanitarian law in an equal way to all kinds of situations, as has been the case until now.
On the ground, the situation is deteriorating. On average, one employee of UNRWA is killed every day in Gaza. Meanwhile, Israel continues to block humanitarian convoys.
It's beyond a worrying situation. I feel that this agency that I work with, UNRWA, I feel that it's slowly dying. It's on its deathbed. And it needs urgently an injection of life. And with every day going, we are getting closer to the bottom.
We will need all our energy. Many of you start to be exhausted. I also think we have to be careful about a possible burnout of staff, because I can tell you this crisis is not over and is here to last.
It's just appalling. And everyone has told us we have never seen anything so horrible and dehumanizing in all of our humanitarian careers than what we are now seeing in Gaza. And we've seen our fair share of conflict. Some of them have been to Yemen, to Syria. Syria was also a very brutal conflict, Ukraine and others. But what is happening today in Gaza goes beyond all imagination. That's it. So why resign? We've been given a voice. That voice must be used.
This voice, Philippe Lazzarini wants to make it resonate among the inhabitants of Gaza. First stop, Cairo. The Egyptians and Israelis have just authorized entry into Gaza via the Rafah terminal. An Egyptian military plane has already been chartered. It's scheduled to leave an hour later, when suddenly there's a change of plan.
So we could do this.
So there you go. No more Gaza. My entry to Gaza has been rejected by the Israeli authorities. It's the first time that the head of an agency has been refused entry to the Gaza Strip. And we know it's not due to security reasons, because the other members of the mission and my teams have been granted permission to enter. So this is a targeted decision and a political decision. In fact, it is the central issue of the rights for Palestinian refugees that is at stake. And this is the reason why, as Commissioner General, I will continue to fight.
In 1971, the Bangladesh nation was born. It marked the end of a 9-month struggle for independence, which took the lives of as many as 3 million people.
My father told me that he saw during the war so much atrocities against the women and children.
Half a century later, the textile industry has given the nation a boost, but numerous natural disasters place Bangladesh at the forefront of climate change.
Back then we had fish, goats and cows and other dairy animals, but by adding more salt to the water, we lost everything.
A nation that is looking ahead, but must come to terms with its past. The birth of Bangladesh revisited on France 24 and France24.com.
France 24, every art form.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
They are so French. We see them as gourmets, the height of elegance. We imagine them as romantic and insolent, or grumpy, with an inimitable accent. But do the French live up to their reputation? Every week, Florence Villeminot takes a look at her compatriots, their culture, their way of life, their traditions, meeting the French who are so French. Watch French Connections, presented by Florence Villeminot on France 24 and France24.com.
WESN.
Here is the WESN News on the Hour. I am Sira Ali. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. A 4-year-old girl mutilated in Aruca. Tragic fatal collision claims the life of Aziza Mohammed. And internationally, total solar eclipse seen across Mexico, the US and Canada. Now for the details. A horrifying incident unfolded in Aruca on Monday night, resulting in the tragic death of 4-year-old Amara Lalit. At around 10:10 p.m., a distressed woman residing on 5th Street, Aruca, rushed to the local police station to report a case of abuse. She recounted being assaulted by a man known to her, who also had her child in his custody. The woman bore visible signs of violence, with torn clothes and marks of abuse. A team of officers, led by Inspector Pear and Inspector Joshua, accompanied the woman to her residence, only to make a chilling discovery. Inside the home, they found the lifeless body of her young girl beheaded. Her head was found in one room, while her mutilated body was discovered in another. The suspect, a 39-year-old individual, was apprehended at the scene, where 2 knives were recovered. Senior Superintendent Richard Smith, leading the response team, expressed shock over the ghastly incident, describing it as heartbreaking and serious. Amid speculations about the suspect's mental health, authorities refrained from confirming any mental illness. Aziza Mohammed, aged 38, residing at Main Trace in Freeport, met with a fatal accident on the highway. The collision, transpiring around 3:45 p.m., involved a grey Hyundai Accent traveling southward near Gasparillo. The driver lost control, veering across the median. The Hyundai collided with a white Ford Ranger pickup driven by Aziza Mohammed, who was heading northbound on the highway. Despite immediate response, Aziza succumbed to her injuries at the scene of the crash. In international news, across Mexico, the US and Canada, inside a ribbon of land stretching 155 miles wide but more than 4,000 miles long, tens of millions of people tilted their heads to the sky and watched in wonder as the day turned to night. The moon moved between the Earth and the Sun, extinguishing its light in a total solar eclipse. The path of totality spanned the continent, beginning over the warm sands of a Mexican beach town and darkening the skies above the crashing waters of Niagara Falls before ending its journey on the shores of Canada's Newfoundland. Well, that's it. News on the Hour on WESN. I am Sira Ali. Thank you for watching.
WESN.
Fellow citizens, I am Rajiv Dipti. In my business, I meet people from all walks of life. I hear their stories, from struggles to successes. The supreme law of our country that safeguards our individual rights and freedoms as we go about our daily lives is the Constitution. It was amended back in 1976, but life is different now. The Constitution can be altered through legislative reforms. So please submit your recommendations to constitutionalreform2024.gov.tt by the 15th of April. It's your future, your Constitution, your voice.
Ich hätte nie gedacht, dass wir es schaffen würden, all diese Papierschnipsel zusammenzusetzen. Es ist, als würde man ein Puzzle zusammensetzen. Es ist eine große Verantwortung. Diese zusammengeklebten Papierkonfetti werden dazu beitragen, sich endlich der Vergangenheit zu stellen.
At the former Stasi headquarters, once home to the East German secret police, a discreet team of archivists, mostly women, has been working tirelessly for 30 years, bringing an incredible puzzle to life. They've been sorting the contents of 16,000 bags filled with shreds of paper that the Stasi wanted to destroy. Their aim? Reveal the secrets of the world's most difficult jigsaw. They're called the Puzzle Women.
I have special tape that sticks to paper thanks to the temperature of the iron, and it doesn't damage the paper. So documents can be well preserved for research and future use. I can already see, when I take this piece between my tweezers, that it's sticky here. So from this adherence, I can tell which side is stuck. I put that underneath. I have to work with real precision. It's difficult to say how much time one can spend on a file. I can't tell you how many documents I can restore every month. It depends on the documents, the paper, and also on my eyes. At the beginning, we always receive a bag, and then we have to carefully take out these documents, one by one, like this. Then we place them on the table and examine the edges of the torn pieces. We then sort the documents according to the type of tears. Here, for example, something already matches. Now I've taken some documents from my paper bag.
No, we've selected the documents that you can film. This is practically new, straight out of the bag.
Oh, yes.
If there are any names that we need to protect, they cannot be filmed.
We're not allowed. Okay.
I'm afraid not, because there are names of people who were victims of the Stasi.
Sorry I did that, it's my fault.
No, it's okay.
Filming the work of the Puzzle Women is tricky. Many documents are considered too sensitive to show on camera. Every piece of paper they handle carries a secret. The legacy of a police state that's left deep scars in the collective memory. These files tell stories of fear, denunciation, betrayal, and imprisonment.
I was sentenced to 10 months in prison for plotting to escape the German Democratic Republic. I was taken to Cottbus and stayed there from October 1981 until March 1982.
Peter tried to flee by train in July 1981, but he was stopped at the Czechoslovakian border during a police check.
4 men in grey uniforms arrived on the train, armed with machine guns.
Peter didn't have a return ticket. Police officers found a compass and binoculars on him, the perfect tools for a defector trying to reach the West.
I was interrogated for more than 30 hours. There was a silhouette of a person whose face I couldn't see, and this monotonous way of always asking the same question. Every time I fell asleep, they threw water on my face. And when asked if I wanted to leave the GDR, I always answered no. And at some point, after many hours, I said, yes, I want to leave the GDR. It was liberating.
The sword and shield of the GDR no longer exist, but the Stasi's ghost keeps haunting Germany to this day. 100,000 policemen and over 200,000 informal collaborators, or civilians, secretly spied for the regime. A vast network of operatives feeding the GDR's tentacles.
I then joined the party. No one recruited me, it was a personal choice. As a convinced young communist, full of hope, I'd even say of aspiration, I tried to convince everyone around me. I hereby, Wolfgang Templin, voluntarily commit to collaborating with the organs of the MFS. I've been informed that I'm prohibited from speaking about this collaboration even to my closest associates. For the signing of reports written by myself, I choose the codename Petter.
Over 4 years, young Wolfgang fed information on fellow students to his Stasi handlers. But by 1975, he was revolted by the brutality of the regime. He got closer to dissidents and became a staunch opponent of the communist power.
The repression and surveillance began in the 1980s and became increasingly violent. In response, we formed our own opposition groups, followed by the Peace Human Rights Initiative.
The ex-informant became a new target for the Stasi. Considered a state enemy, his apartment was often raided, and many moles infiltrated his life.
I was arrested dozens of times, 24 hours, 48 hours. It was in 1983. From there was a new file. This file was codenamed Verräter, traitor. The traitor for them was me. The traitor for us was them.
Wolfgang and his wife were arrested in January 1988, accused of high treason and forced into exile. Like them, thousands of others ended with the same fate. In a bid to remember their story, a few men and women have decided to piece their lives together. Rüdiger spearheaded the Stasi Archives Agency for 30 years in Frankfurt Oder. Regina, guardian of the Leipzig archives, dedicated her time to finding the fragments of others' lives. Her friend Renate was among the first puzzle women to study the files.
The puzzle women don't really exist, but they're women who secured Stasi files within the Citizens Committee. We women were more patient with this College of Shreds. Men, on the other hand, preferred representation. These puzzles were very valuable and important for people.
We became aware that every reassembled confetti was in fact a small victory against those who actually wanted to destroy all the evidence.
The Stasi is believed to have kept a file on around 6 million East German citizens. That's more than a third of the population. For the puzzle women, preserving this mountain of torn memories is the work of a lifetime. A thankless task that they took on without expecting any recognition. In the summer of 1989, the wave of revolution that was shaking the crippling USSR reached East Germany. The population demanded political reforms and open borders.
I would often go very early into town, to St. Nicholas Church in Leipzig, to see what was going on there.
Some said we'd get shot in Leipzig if we went to the Monday protests.
At the heart of the uprising, the Monday demonstrations in Leipzig, where tens of thousands of people chanted "Wir sind das Volk," we are the people. Police responded with repression, beatings, and arrests.
I saw them come out. There weren't many people in the church yet. The soldiers grabbed the youths and threw them into their trucks. And then they drove them away.
We knew that the opposition was gathering here and that something was happening. There were always prayers for peace, where the names of detainees were read out loud.
On the 9th of October 1989, 70,000 people gathered in front of St. Nicholas Church.
It was so moving. We succeeded. They can't open fire with so many people around. They cannot shoot.
8,000 police officers and soldiers were deployed, but it was already too late for the communist dictatorship. The population was no longer afraid. They chanted the Internationale, a sardonic twist of the revolutionary anthem. A wind of freedom blew over the German Democratic Republic. The Stasi monster was wavering. Faced with mounting pressure, the head of the Stasi, Erich Mielke, ordered the destruction of millions of files. It was urgent for him to erase the information collected by the secret police and its informal collaborators.
To understand the extent of the destruction, we need to rewind to the fall of 1989, when the Stasi realized that it could no longer continue working as before, and that the GDR might be coming to an end.
In Berlin-Lichtenberg and in all regional branches, shredders and grinders ran at full capacity.
People noticed a lot of trucks moving around in the Stasi headquarters, and they started to suspect that files were being retrieved and transported elsewhere to be destroyed.
From the fall of 1989 until the spring of 1990, the Stasi succeeded in destroying the files in various ways. They were burnt, pulverized, taken to recycling plants, and shredded on site. In the end, there were no more working shredders at the Stasi, so they started tearing them up by hand.
They dealt with the most explosive cases. They had to assure their top informants, whether they were theologians, intellectuals, or individuals from our own ranks, that they would be protected, a connection that would never be revealed.
I hereby voluntarily commit to collaborating with the Stasi.
I hereby voluntarily commit to collaborating with the Stasi.
I choose the code name Jürgen.
I choose the code name Vera.
I hereby voluntarily commit to collaborating with the Stasi. I choose the code name.
I choose the code name.
I choose the code name
Claudia.
Silke.
And suddenly, in 1989, the wall fell. Our lives changed completely.
We saw it on television. I couldn't go to bed that night. I watched the program over and over to make sure it was real.
We crossed the bridge and found ourselves in the west. and we cried. The children asked, "Why are you crying?"
Das ist nicht möglich. Ich bin mir ist schlecht, mir ist schlecht. Ich kann es nicht fassen. Ich bin in einer Ohnmacht.
During a demonstration on Monday, 4th December 1989, the Stasi building was occupied in Leipzig.
In the aftermath of the fall of the wall, civil rights activists of the New Forum called for protesters to storm Stasi offices across East Germany.
Sometimes we could see the light flicker. They had black curtains. It almost felt like there was nobody inside. But they were sitting or standing behind the curtains, watching.
Stasi raus, they chanted, out with the Stasi, ransacking the offices of the secret police.
The assault reminds me of the storming of the Bastille. Not a single shot was fired. We wanted to know where the headquarters were. Where was the head of the state security? And then at one point at the end of one of these dark corridors, there was a bit of light. And someone appeared. It was Mike's last deputy. So I sat at his desk and picked up the phone to call my wife. She was quite surprised. She said, "I hope you come out safe and sound." And I replied, "It's not that dangerous."
For me, the GDR Secret Service, the Stasi, was such a strong instrument of power that I thought if we had defeated it, then we'd truly succeeded.
That was the end of the Stasi's reign, the most sophisticated espionage organization in history. Millions of files, surveillance reports and documents were gathered over 40 years. The Citizens Committee got hold of around 16,000 bags of shredded paper that the Stasi believed it had made unreadable.
I joined some friends, and Renata was there. She said, "You know, I joined the Citizens Committee." I replied, "Me too."
There were heaps of confetti in the bags, and we wanted to know what was inside, why they had destroyed everything. That's when we started piecing together the fragments.
This is how we made puzzles, for example. At the beginning, we were in the bowling alley, and here's Renata in her office, preparing the inspection of the files. The Stasi thought we could never process all these torn pieces in the bags. In Leipzig alone, we had 2,400 bags of shredded documents.
6 millions de citoyens de RDA sont encore fichés ici à la Stasi de Berlin-Est. Dossiers compromettants qui, dans moins de 3 semaines, avec la réunification, vont passer sous l'autorité de l'Allemagne fédérale. Et c'est cela.
We went on a hunger strike in Leipzig, so that there would be a specific law for these files, so that they'd remain within the territory of the former GDR.
And in late 1991, in December, the law passed. By January 1992, there were queues of people outside the doors because, for the first time, the law allowed people to request reading their own files.
For Rüdiger and his comrades, the documents had to be preserved and made accessible to everyone.
The slogan said, "Each person gets their file," but that's impossible. We cannot find all the files, let alone put them back together.
After the revolution, after the reunification, there was a controversy over whether we should even open the files. Some were worried about reopening old wounds, sparking fights, and even leading to murders and assassinations.
Upon reading their files, most victims want to reclaim what the Stasi had stolen from their lives. A violent, painful read when they discover that someone close, a colleague, a friend, or even worse, a family member, betrayed them. The culprits remain silent, but the files speak out.
I discovered in my file that my sister had been spying on me for 20 years.
My husband revealed the details.
My wife revealed the details of our most intimate conversation.
There were about 15,000 sheets in front of me. There was the floor plan of my apartment.
A report stated that
I was in love with him. Years later, I found out he was a Stasi Romeo.
I was in love with her.
It broke my heart. It broke my heart.
I was part of the first group, perhaps several dozen people, who were able to review their files. It was in the spring of 1992. And there I had about 15,000 sheets in front of me. Not just my individual story, but also that of my team. In the files, there are floor plans of my apartment, every room.
I eventually told myself that I had to confront this, so I requested my file. In 1999 I finally received it, but I only received my detention file. Here's the train ticket I had back then, on the 16th of July 1981, but there was no return ticket. Here we have a signature, an original copy from Mr. Erich Milke. All of this can be traced back in my Stasi file. And then later on, I received my brother's file. I discovered that he was an IM, meaning an unofficial collaborator. He was supposed to report on me. It was a shock for me. I didn't expect it.
Opening the files is a symbolic act that allows citizens to decide for themselves what they want to know and what they don't want to know. The truth from the file is always better than not knowing. We can deal with the truth, but not with not knowing.
Stories that are told, but that cannot necessarily be verified or proven, all scattered in millions of confetti.
We are here in the basement of the archive building, and this is one of the storage areas where bags containing partially destroyed documents are kept. The archivists took each bag and first examined their contents. Then they compiled a list. In the list, they also noted how badly the papers were torn. Were they torn once or twice, or were there some tiny pieces? If they were only torn once or twice, they could be put together by hand.
Only 500 bags out of the 16,000 left behind by the Stasi have been manually processed so far. Nearly 600 million fragments have yet to reveal their dark secrets. But the paper is deteriorating. Time could erase these stories forever.
It's quite clear that not everything can be reassembled manually. The level of destruction is sometimes too significant, making reconstruction impossible.
It would take hundreds of years. That's unacceptable, and it actually goes against the law. According to the law, the state or the authority of the archives is obliged to make all usable documents available so that they can be seen by citizens.
That's why, in recent years, we've tried to use what's called the e-puzzler. an electronic process, digitalization, and then assembly through software.
In 2007, the e-puzzler was seen as a revolutionary scanner that would come in handy for the puzzle women, but their hopes were soon crushed.
The Stasi sometimes took several sheets and tore them together. The pieces looked so similar that the scanner and the software couldn't determine which pieces belonged together.
We had to take these pieces, flatten them, and place them on the scanner. Virtual reconstruction worked, but the preparation of these pieces was simply too laborious.
On the state side, they said that the scanner is not efficient enough, that it was too expensive, and that the reconstructed files were not as new or as important as expected.
The federal government deemed the pilot software a failure and ended the contract in 2014. Lack of funding, lack of new advanced technology, the virtual reconstruction project is still on hold, much to the victims' despair. Like millions of citizens from the former GDR, Thorsten Foester wants to find out if there's a file in his name at the Stasi archives.
The Stasi was a very significant topic for my parents and older generations. When you find out after years that your uncle, aunt, or your co-worker or best friend has been spying on you, it can really throw you off. I submitted my request on the 15th of March. They told me that I would receive a confirmation by mail within 2 weeks, indicating that the request had been successfully registered. I found the wait surprisingly long. I thought I would get my documents within 2 months, and when the man told me 6 months if you're lucky, but in reality it's 1 or 2 years, well, I thought, how is that possible?
Over 7 million people, that's nearly half of the former East German population, have requested access to the archives. Yet only 2 million have been able to read their files so far. The federal office in charge of the Stasi's documents has been dissolved after running for 30 years. Thousands of bags have been transferred to the capital, Berlin. Fears of a guardianship are rising.
This is, of course, a political decision, but it's mainly about money and human resources. I don't think it's about wanting to keep these documents secret.
It's unfortunate that it no longer seems important. It's an archive fund that was preserved thanks to the revolutionary action of the population of the GDR. And as such, it's also a symbol of the revolution.
We fought for this agency, and it was written off with the stroke of a pen. It was very painful for me. There's a story that still gives me goosebumps today. One that not only affected me, but also still haunts me. A woman wanted to try and flee the GDR. Her attempt failed because she was betrayed. Her son was placed in a children's home during her detention and then given up for adoption. She recorded tapes for her child from prison. And I had to listen to these tapes. My dear child, I love you. I want you to come back. The child never received the tapes. I found this story so frightening. Losing a child
when all she was seeking was freedom.
And that story, they lived through it all. That's what's crucial here. Putting together pieces of paper is easy, but history is a huge puzzle. One can truly say they're heroes.
Heroes, pioneers, who are now feeling helpless with secrets that seemed doomed in the past. Victims are also aging. Their children and grandchildren are demanding their share of the truth. It's perhaps the cost of a difficult reconciliation between East and West Germany. Confetti of history that might, one day, be pieced back together.
I'm proud of my former colleagues, of their dedication, their work, because I believe it's an important mission for our society.
It's addictive, it's exciting. When you feel that sense of success, then you're encouraged to go back to work.
I'd like to go back to the archives, but I don't know if we'll ever be allowed back.
WESN.
Oral hygiene is the practice of keeping one's mouth clean and free of disease and other problems by regular brushing of the teeth and cleaning between the teeth. It is important that oral hygiene is carried out on a regular basis to enable prevention of dental disease and bad breath. Oral hygiene starts from the time a baby is 6 months of age. Tooth decay can start from an early age. Statistically, it is estimated that 1 in 5 children have untreated cavities, which sometimes can be more than just a dental issue. Today, Dr. Kimberly Abraham is with us to discuss the importance of oral hygiene in children.
Today's Vitaminate highlights cobalamin, or vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 is naturally found in animal foods. Vitamin B12 is needed to form red blood cells and DNA. It is also a key player in the function and development of brain and nerve cells. Vitamin B12 binds to the protein in foods we eat. It can be found in fish, shellfish, liver, red meat, eggs, poultry, dairy products such as milk, cheese, and yogurt, fortified nutritional yeast, fortified breakfast cereals, and enriched soy or rice milk. And that was today's Vitaminate.
Hello there and welcome to AM Prime on WESN Content Capital. Before we even start this repatriation and reintegration process, we've already failed, or are we doomed to fail?
You've got to invest in the institutions that you've established to carry out those sorts of core functions.
We now get into the regional updates to give you an understanding of what's happening across our neighboring islands.
We have available a number of films that are worth
sewing. So it was day one when the French Revolution started to develop the concept of universal human rights.
What happened this time is unprecedented. It's one of the largest terrorist attacks in history.
Let's welcome Carl to the program. Carl is over there, next to Steph. Hello, Carl.
Silky anteater or pygmy anteater, and we have 2 of the 3 species of anteaters right here.
This is Face of Sports WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have 2. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
of the
not
game.
no.
Let's go to the last part.
How often in your practice, Dr. Abraham, would you see cavities in little kids?
Every day.
Every day?
Every single day, yeah.
And what would you attribute that to, especially in that toddler age group, looking at like the 3 to 5 age group?
What parents don't know is that kiddie cavities or kiddie caries is literally the 2nd highest reason for hospitalization, which is just basically poor oral hygiene, and it leads to like cavities in kids or lack of knowledge.
Is it that the moms, dads, they are not brushing the kids' teeth, or they're not brushing it appropriately, or combination of those?
It's a combination, not brushing appropriately and then sleeping with the bottle, so then baby bottle cavities, so it's like that.
So I'm a mom, and when both my kids were toddlers, they would really like, even though they're eating from the family pot and eating normal food, that last bottle of comfort to drink just before they go to bed, and inevitably my son would sleep with the bottle in his mouth. What do? I don't want to wake him up.
That is how we get cavities. So
right. I don't want to wake him up to clean his mouth, so what should I do?
What I tell mommy is oftentimes have a bit of gauze at very close. You can, it depends on the age. So if they're young, if they're under 1, if they're under 2, just a bit of water on the gauze and wipe their teeth. It makes a big difference because oftentimes, or the cause of the cavities is that milk festering and dancing on the teeth overnight. Yeah. If they're a bit older, children's mouthwash, Act or the purple Listerine, it has fluoride that prevents you from getting cavities. Same thing on the gauze, wipe the teeth, makes a world of a difference.
And what about the diet of these kids? Does that contribute to the cavities?
Yes. How do we get cavities? Sugar. So I tell mommy, when they come to a visit, the first thing I ask the child, depending on the age, what's your favorite snack? they would say chocolate or gummy bears. Diet. So you see the sugary and the chewy snacks that stay on your teeth, that's how you get cavities.
So is it that you would advise moms and dads to try to avoid the sugary snacks altogether, or if they have to have it, brush right after?
So in the realistic world, you would say avoid sugar. But they're kids, you can't do that. Even if you choose not to buy, I bet you if you carry your child by your mom or your dad, grandparents, they give the kid sugar. So decrease. What parents don't know is that having a snack or having sugar with a main meal, like right after lunch, is less destructive on your teeth as opposed to having it on its own. So it's everything in moderation, but definitely we want to decrease.
And brushing, how often should you encourage the kids to brush? After every meal?
At least twice a day.
Okay.
At least twice a day. That's a little realistic.
All right. Soft drinks, sweet drinks, milky drinks.
Sugar. Let's try to avoid those, but you can't, at least for most times, kids love juice. What I would suggest is dilute it. So half juice, half water. Most times they can't tell the difference. We are reducing the sugar content and it saves you money anyway. So everything, let's reduce it.
Right, but then kids go to school and they buy from the cafeteria.
So that is
the juice boxes.
Yeah, so in the case, I would prefer, like, we pack, a lunch kit with snacks. So at least if you put your grapes in there or a little snack, they have no need to get the little $2, the $5 and go to get it.
Right. Now, as a parent, how do I know, or what are the telltale signs that my kid may have a cavity?
So I encourage parents to, at the end of every night, you watch your child. So you have them stand in front of you and at least retract the cheek. Cavities start out as white spot lesions at the gum line or the gingiva. So it's looking to see any white spots. That's how it starts. And after that, it then tends to get brown and black. But they start as very small white spot lesions. So this is, yes, along the gum line.
Right.
So this is where you encourage them to visit a dentist at least by the first year. And of course, you have to play a role. You can examine. And if you're helping them brush their teeth as well, take a look for yourself.
Okay. And of course, pain. There will be the kids, that's a common symptom.
Yes.
Pain. Pain on chewing, pain in the night.
Yes, pain especially in the night. Yes.
Okay.
But by that time, the cavity, the lesion is advanced. So it's now we have to do something. We have to intervene.
All right. And in your practice, what exactly, let's just say you've got a kid that has a cavity, presents with pain, maybe a little bit of swollen gums.
What's the
treatment for that?
Usually, the worst thing that you want to do is to give anesthetic or sleepy juice on a first visit. Obviously, they come in pain, so you can't help it. So if the face is swollen, we have to get rid of the swelling first, so we offer a bit of antibiotic. And then, so once a child is out of pain and comfortable, the principles of dentistry still remains. You don't want to go in and do too much too soon. So if we could get them to open up, take them for a little ride, at least get an x-ray. And at this time they should be out of pain, we start a plan. Okay, mommy, on the x-ray we see a cavity, this is what we could do. And then you could test the compliance of the child. If they seem to be letting you do a lot of that visit, of course, we clean out the decay. But if they're a bit apprehensive, we start with a little cleaning, carry them up and down, and we build trust. At that visit in my office, I give you a toothbrush and a gift, a coloring book. So now I become auntie. So at every visit, we try to do more and more until we could actually restore the tooth.
All right. But human beings have two types of teeth. You have your primary, you have your secondary, right? So that first set of teeth that the kids have, they're going to lose it anyway. So the thinking a lot of parents have is, well, they're going to lose the teeth anyway.
Right? Just pull it out.
So yeah.
So that is the attitude. But what parents need to realize is that we have those baby teeth from age 6 to age 12. And they serve a purpose.
What purpose is that?
Early loss of a tooth. So adult teeth come out, they get guidance from the baby teeth. If you lose a tooth prematurely, the adult tooth, 1, does not come out, or 2, if it does, it comes out however it comes out. So then you're kind of like sending your child in the need for braces or some form of orthodontic.
So if you extract a baby tooth, the primary tooth,
yes,
the complication of that is the permanent tooth that comes out may not come out, and if it does, it may come out malaligned.
Yes.
And that's going to be a problem too for the person to chew.
And then when it's at the age for the adult tooth to come out, there's no space. So again, orthodontics.
Okay.
Also, of course, other than, you know, you need your teeth for aesthetics, for speech, for nutrition. So the attitude definitely should not be one of, oh, it's a baby tooth, pull it out. No, we have to fix.
Right.
Yeah.
And teeth cleaning, for adults, we advise brushing, flossing, and rinsing mouthwash. Is it the same for babies, the same for kids?
Yes, but obviously you would say, go and brush your tooth or brush your teeth. They would come back in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So of course, with kids, you have to, I tell parents, if your child can hold a pencil properly and write or tie their shoelacing on their own, mommy or daddy has to brush their teeth. They have to help them. So it's the same principle, but they need a little help.
Do you advise or recommend that they floss as well as little kids growing up?
Yes, they do. Well, would help.
Okay.
I suggest to parents, get a little hourglass and we make it a game. We can't leave the sink until all the sand is on one side. That's about 2 minutes. So we go until the sand is out.
Okay.
So that gives us a bit of leeway at 2 minutes to get stuff done.
And so you recommend morning time and
night,
before they go to bed?
Yes.
All right. And we are strongly advocating against the sugar.
Yes, we are.
Okay, and if we have to bend the rule with the sugar, because kids are kids.
Yes, they are. With a main meal, it's less destructive on the teeth.
So you're talking about like a slice of chocolate cake after dinner, or you're talking about the sweet drink with lunch? That's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. In your practice, what's the worst kind of cavity have you ever seen?
All cavities are bad. The worst ones are when the child comes with their face swollen, because these things could be prevented with a regular dental visit or just proper knowledge in terms of how to brush, how often to use a mouthwash, how to reduce sugar. So oral hygiene and dietary advice.
I want you to really pound in and home in on how important it is for parents to understand that a cavity can become something really sinister and can develop into something that is a medical emergency. Because a lot of parents may not address it soon enough if they understand that it can become something significantly serious.
So it's the same thing as in any other medical specialty. Just how we would expect that you wouldn't walk around with an infected finger or an infected toe, you shouldn't walk around with an infected tooth. And what oftentimes most parents don't realize is that dental issues could cause other systemic issues. It can lead to respiratory issues with your brain. So everything is connected. So it's very important.
And even heart.
Yes.
Because it's all, as you say,
everything
is connected.
Yes.
For kids who need to have procedures done in your practice, do you use anesthetic at all?
So
local
and it's help with sedation.
Right.
So they little laughing gas to have them comfortable, and then we could go ahead. So that way they don't feel my anesthetic or my hands bite as much as they would without it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dr. Abram, if you had to leave the viewers with one piece of advice, and that's the mummies and daddies, grandma and grandpa out there listening who have kids, toddlers especially. What piece of advice, what golden nugget would you want to leave with them?
I would say that prevention is definitely better than trying to cure something. It's very important to visit your dentist every 6 months. And for a baby, the first dental visit is the first tooth, or at least by the first year. At that visit, you really get the dental knowledge, the oral hygiene and dietary instructions that could prevent having to deal with any form of decay.
So prevention, better than cure.
Yep.
Visit your dentist every 6 months. Start the first visit for your kid at the site of for the emergence of the first tooth.
Yes.
And diet.
Yes, let's reduce. It's unrealistic to say avoid all sugar, but definitely let's reduce.
Yes.
Yeah?
Thank you very much,
Thank you
Dr.
for having
Abraham.
me.
we are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God, so we kind of at a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's being the victim, or the man who's being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI, worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
You don't need to register nothing. You don't need, we can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and, I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe we defend criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploiting the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Although Trinidad and Tobago generally has a low occurrence of meningitis, it can lead to devastating complications which can be prevented if diagnosed early. The signs and the symptoms of meningitis, what would that look like?
This is not your little, I think the child feeling warm.
Not responding to Panadol at all.
Not responding to Panadol. The child is lethargic, the child is not drinking, the child is not eating, the child probably is going to be vomiting, the child is going to look very still, maybe breathing heavily, real sick child.
WESN.
Here is the WESN News on the Hour. I am Sira Ali. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. A 35-year-old woman shot dead in Vistabella. Health Ministry issues voluntary recall drug, fears of cardiac arrest. In international news, parents of Michigan shooter sentenced to life in prison. Now for the details. Authorities are currently investigating a tragic shooting incident that occurred earlier today on Jarvis Street in Vistabella. The victim has been identified as 35-year-old Crystal Haricharan, a mother of two residing at Budu Trees Extension in Union Village, Claxton Bay. Preliminary reports suggest that the incident occurred around 7:10 a.m. when Crystal was leaving her residence to pick up school children. A white Nissan B15 reportedly pulled up beside her vehicle and a gunman emerged firing multiple shots at her. Homicide detectives are at the scene and actively working to gather evidence and piece together the events leading up to the shooting. The motive behind the attack remains unclear at this time. Local authorities urge anyone with information regarding the incident to come forward and assist the investigation. The Ministry of Health has issued a voluntary recall advisory for 4 lots of vancomycin hydrochloride for oral solution USP 250 milligrams, citing concerns over potential overfilling of bottles and the associated risk of cardiac arrest if patients overdose. In a recent update, the ministry specified that the recall applies to 4 lots of vancomycin hydrochloride for oral solution USP 250 milligrams, which are packaged in 80 milliliter and 150 milliliter packet size. Vancomycin hydrochloride for oral solution USP is typically prescribed for the treatment of enterocolitis caused by Staphylococcus aureus and antibiotic-associated pseudomembranous colitis caused by C. difficile. In international news, James and Jennifer Crumbley will be sentenced in connection to a deadly gun attack by their son in 2021 at Oxford High School in the U.S. state of Michigan. It is a landmark case, as the parents are the first to be held responsible for a school shooting carried out by their child. Their son Ethan, who was 15 at the time, killed 4 students and injured 7 others. He is serving life in prison without parole. He shot dead Tate Myreef, 16, Hannah St. Juliana, 14, Madison Baldwin, 17, and Justin Schilling, 17. With that, City News on the Hour on WESN. I am Sira Ali. Thank you for watching.
WESN.
My name is Kama Mirage. As a lifelong entrepreneur, I often share the benefit of my experience with our young innovators and small businesses. Just as I strive to guide others, our Constitution must also foster an environment for citizens to thrive. This begins with education catering to diverse learning styles and extends to establishing frameworks that support new enterprise. But are we doing enough? Constitutional reform needs your input by 15 April at constitutionalreform2024.gov.tt. It's your future, your constitution, your voice.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
of
not no.
Let's go to the last part.
Coming soon to WESN.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren. Coming soon to WESN. My name is Carl Media. I'm the founder and the host of Ever Increasing Voice Ministries. Join me every Saturday and Sunday on WESN, this powerful station, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. nightly. Also on Sundays, I'll be on at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night time. When you come here, we are getting people heavenly ready.
The newest book is here, Closer to the Church, the debut novel by author and former mayor Louis Lee Singh. Available at all the home store branches, Barataria, West Mall, Shogunas and C3 San Fernando. Paper-based bookshop 10 Nook Avenue, St. Anne's. WESN 30A Gattaca Street, Woodbrook. Metropolitan Bookshop, Ariapita Avenue, Woodbrook, and all RIK bookstores nationwide. Available online as paperback on Amazon.com and Kindle for e-readers. For more info, call 628-5835 or 389-6504. Also available from author Louis Lee Singh, I Used to Live in Heaven, Letters to My Granddaughters, and Local Government in Trinidad, Conspiracy Against the People.
We are WESN, the premier platform for Caribbean content. WESN, covering West, East, South, and North. WESN, we entertainment, sports, and news. WESN, available on Greendot 7, Amplia 118, Airlink 17, Bmobile 107, Digicel 21, ICNTT 105, and Flow 110. Connect with us at WESNCC or stream online at www.wesncc.com. WESN, your premier platform for Caribbean content.
Cast to do well, capitalising in particular on farming protests earlier this year. Clémence Voller has the details.
It's 2 months until voters take to the polls in the 2024 European elections. With agriculture and immigration being some of the hot-button issues on this year's ballot, national poll and statistic outlets are showing a growth in support for far-right parties. In France, a poll published on the 8th of April predicted the far-right National Rally will secure at least 32% of the votes. It's an almost 10% increase from the party's 2019 results. Lagging behind in second place was the French presidential party of Renaissance with 19% of the votes, followed by the Socialist Party with 11%. The French politicians are on the campaign trail to secure the most ballots, and for the head of the National Rally Party, Jordan Bardella, time is of the essence.
Don't disperse your votes. Time is running out and victory is near. I call on the French people to control the June 9th European elections by voting. And I'd like to remind you of a simple rule. Abstaining means letting Emmanuel Macron and Brussels decide for you.
And France is not the only country showing this trend. In Germany, the far-right and Eurosceptic AfD party is currently ranking as the second largest political group nationwide. According to a poll conducted in March by Europe Elects, out of the 720 seats available in the EU Parliament in 2024, 163 of them are projected to go to the far-right Identity and Democracy and European conservative and reformist groups, securing them control of almost 23% of the Parliament.
You are watching the World News live on France 24. A reminder of our top stories today. France says it's time to up the pressure on Israel, including possible sanctions. The French foreign minister speaking to France 24 as Benjamin Netanyahu warns a date has been set for the offensive into Rafah. Europe's top court says Switzerland is not doing enough to tackle climate change. It's a historic decision that could force European governments to adopt more ambitious climate policies. And 2 months ahead of the European elections, the French far right is polling well. The National Rally forecast to beat President Macron's governing party by over 10 percentage points.
Thanks for staying with us. Time now for Across Africa, our weekly look at stories from across the continent. I'm Georgia Calvin-Smith, and this week, Uganda's Constitutional Court threw out a challenge to the homophobic law that adopted last May that triggered international criticism, despite attracting widespread domestic support. Also, Congolese wordsmiths are using the French spoken word as a tool of advocacy and self-expression. The Tetris Collective, a trio with a deep love of Congolese and French literature, use slam poetry to explore their passion for wordplay. And although gender does not officially affect land rights in Senegal, in practice many rural women farmers struggle to secure access in traditional communities, sidelining them from ownership. But first, 1 year after its anti-gay law came into effect, on Wednesday, Uganda's Constitutional Court rejected a bid to overturn it. The legislation has been widely criticised by Western powers and human rights advocates, but is domestically popular. Many members of Uganda's LGBT plus community have fled the country since last May amidst a rise in homophobic attacks. Clément Duroma tells us more.
Members of the LGBT plus community and rights defenders expressed profound disappointment this Wednesday following a decision by Ugandan top judges to uphold most provisions of the Anti-Homosexuality Act.
Because the simple question before the court was whether the equal protection of law under our constitution extends to every single Ugandan, regardless of whether we like them or we don't like them. And I think in that regard, the court, I think, let us down and failed to protect a section of our community.
This law imposes severe penalties for the LGBTQI+, with a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison if their sexual orientation is discovered. It also mandates the death penalty for cases categorized as aggravated homosexuality. According to the Ugandan NGO Convening for Equality, this law violates the principles of dignity, equality, privacy and freedom of speech. This group has also already denounced around 50 arrests by authorities, forced medical examinations and hundreds of assaults across the country over the past year. Despite these abuses, the law remains highly popular in Uganda, although much less so among donors such as the World Bank or the US, which have restricted their development aid. The court has removed articles from the law related to the LGBTQ+ health access in the hope of resuming Western-backed funding programs.
Well, 30 years on, and Rwanda is still piecing together its understanding of the circumstances that led to the 1994 genocide in which over 800,000 Tutsis and their supporters were killed. The granular details of who did what and who was lost are also still being unpicked. But with time dimming memories and eroding evidence, survivors' organisations are racing to digitise surviving important documents. Our team tells us more.
These survivors of the genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda are sifting through thousands of files. Their organization is still looking for information about what led up to the massacres 30 years ago.
There may be new testimonies, and there may also be information about the preparation of the genocide. We want to make these documents accessible so that researchers who need them will have access to them, just like other people who want to know what happened during the genocide, how it was prepared, how it was executed.
After initial sorting, documents are digitally scanned and stored on dedicated computer servers. The group began updating storage of the archives in early 2022.
All these papers we sort here will be digitized. Without numbering and digitizing them, the archive process isn't complete.
Today, the preservation of documents related to the genocide is a national priority. Another NGO, Aegis Trust, focuses its efforts to safeguard history on collecting recorded accounts of what happened. This woman lost all of her children during the 1994 mass killings.
I was asked to testify and accepted because I'm sure that my story will help people heal from their traumas. It will help those who listen to me.
This center offers support to women who lost their husbands in the genocide. Many have shared their stories. The accounts are later translated into English and posted online. Every year, the time left to collect these perspectives grows smaller.
The elderly people are aging. They're starting to forget. So we mustn't miss this. We must use every possible means to record these testimonies while there's still time.
As part of its commemorative efforts, Rwanda will introduce digital tours of the 170 memorial sites that are also the final resting places of many of the victims of the genocide.
Well, Sudanese journalists have slammed the Information Ministry's decision to suspend the works of 3 foreign broadcasters. They've been accused of a lack of professionalism and failure to renew their licenses. But as the war that has riven the country approaches its first anniversary, the crackdown appears amidst an overall erosion of press and other freedoms in the country. Our regional correspondent tells us more.
Sudanese journalists working for these 3 news channels won't be allowed to work for them in Sudan anymore. Al-Haddad published a statement on social networks saying that their journalists discovered the news watching a state-owned Sudani TV, but that they were not notified of this decision. Later, the Ministry of Information published a statement saying that these journalists were lacking transparency and professionalism, but it's yet to publish any proof of these allegations. Quickly after, the Sudanese Journalist Syndicate published a statement on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying that silencing the voice of the professional media will open the door of the spread of rumor and hate speech, and it's getting more and more difficult for professional journalists to work every day in Sudan. Foreigners are not allowed in the country anymore. That's why I'm reporting from Nairobi, and there are just a few locals still working for international news channels. They are threatened every day. Many of them have been killed since the beginning of the war on the 15th of April 2023. Some were killed by bombardments, but many have been shot either by the military or the rapid support forces. If the government, meaning the Sudanese military, decide to prevent them from working in Sudan, it means that the country will soon be in a total blackout.
Bastien Renouy there for us. Now, although legally men and women should have equal land rights in Senegal, in practice that's often not what happens. The inequality has made it particularly difficult for women farmers from communities still operating according to customs that sideline them from ownership. Clarice Fortuné has more.
Adding a bit of water, preparing compost is part of his training session in the town of Niassia in the Casamance region. These female farmers, who traditionally have no access to education, are learning about their rights, how to finance their projects, and possibly influence future legislation.
We have 3 objectives. The first is to promote the knowledge and know-how of the farmers who have long preserved food sovereignty in Africa. The second is to influence political decision-makers to improve agricultural governance. And the third objective is to promote products derived from agroecological practices or family farming.
Mariama Sonko is the president of a 115,000-strong rural women's rights movement in West Africa called We Are the Solution. As it's the case across Senegal and West Africa generally, women are not entitled to land ownership, as it is expected when they marry, they will leave their community.
We can't follow every woman in her family's field, but we can bring them together here to build their capacity through practical demonstration sessions that will help them to better understand and improve their level of development.
Today, Mariama Sonko is trying to set up 7 new training centers across southern Senegal. In 1 week, she and her team trained over 100 women from Senegal, Guinea-Bissau and Gambia in agroforestry and micro-gardening.
Well, Congolese wordsmiths are using the French spoken word as a tool of advocacy and self-expression. The Tetris Collective, a trio with a deep love of Congolese and French literature, use slam poetry to explore their passion for wordplay. Our team reports.
In the streets of Congo's capital, Kinshasa, Lingala, one of the country's 4 national languages, is spoken everywhere.
I'm Congolese, I speak Lingala. What comes out of my mouth can only be Lingala.
French is still seen as the language of bureaucracy and state institutions, but some creatives are reclaiming the language for expression of less procedural aspects of their lives and are exploring its poetic lyricism. Wordsmiths have come together in the neighborhood of Limete, for a slam poetry workshop.
Comme lors du baptême du Christ, celui-ci est mon poète bien-aimé en qui j'ai mis toute la diction, l'incarnation de Orphée ou de Césaire, et je lui dis Elia, Elia, l'Eloslam et Bodami, Elia, Elia, l'Eloslam et Bodami.
It's run by a collective called Tetra, who play with the spoken word, creatively reshaping the vocabulary, rhythm and delivery of French.
I sing in French, but maybe that doesn't encourage me to speak French. But when I listen to slam in French, it's oral poetry. So when someone speaks in French, I have this need to understand what the person's saying. And the little French that I once knew may come back.
The performances are often political or draw on social realities, tackling concerns about governance or conflict in the country's east. The trio also draw on their love of literature, sprinkling their lyrics with references to their favourite local authors, like Zamenga, Batukezanga, or French writers like Jean de La Fontaine.
It's really interesting to take those references and put them in the texts and develop them. We're not saying they're always right, but we can challenge them and find something even more interesting.
The performance extends to their clothes. Tetra often dress as clerics, as a metaphorical demonstration of their devotion to the world of letters, by delivering their powerful verses before those congregated. Audiences, transported by Tetra's eloquence, have increasingly become dedicated devotees.
Je vous salue, Slam, petit frère de la poésie. Tetra est avec vous, vous êtes béni entre tous les arts. Et le fruit de vos entrailles sont Benjamin Massia, Fernando Kusendio, Obed Bossa. Sainte poésie, mère des émotions.
Well, that's it for Across Africa for now. Thanks for joining us, though. Do so again if you can. Till then, take care.
UNRWA, the UN agency that manages the daily lives of nearly 6 million Palestinians, is at the heart of a global storm. Israel accuses 12 agency employees of having taken part in the deadly Hamas attacks on October the 7th. The head of UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini, has since embarked on a frantic diplomatic campaign.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I'm here today because UNRWA is at a breaking point.
The main donor states have turned their backs, and the agency's social and educational missions are in jeopardy. Watch Philippe Lazzarini, 30 Days to Save UNRWA, on France 24 and France24.com. They observe. They contact us. They report, film, photograph. They are the voice of the voiceless. Your eyes in the far-flung reaches of the world. The Observers, a network of 5,000 committed citizens working with France 24.
One of our observers in Côte d'Ivoire.
Amateur footage and testimonials checked by our journalists and broadcast weekly on The Observers, on France 24 and observers.france24.com.
To choose not to choose is still to act. Those are the words of French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. Judges at Europe's highest jurisdiction, well, they agree. Their non-binding ruling against Switzerland over its failure to formulate a concrete plan of action on climate change resonating, as scientists confirmed that our planet's coming off its hottest month of March on record.
And this is only the beginning of climate litigation. All over the world, more and more people are taking their government to court, holding them responsible for their actions.
We'll ask about the case, the two others thrown out on technicalities, and that pressing arbitration that governments must make between the urgent and the important. The urgent is saving livelihoods like those of, say, farmers and small homeowners if they have to front the cost of new environmental norms. The important is reducing carbon emissions that are accelerating global warming. In the run-up to European elections that are in exactly 2 months' time, politicians have prioritized pocketbooks, backtracking on previous pledges in what some see as a populist backlash against the EU's Green Deal. So beyond electoral cycles and symbolic rulings, where is the path to consensus and the safeguarding of our children's futures? Today, in the France 24 debate, we're looking at the cost of climate inaction. With us is climate activist and researcher Claire Lejeune. Thanks for being with us.
That's fine. Hi.
Also with us, Nicolas Mélan, senior advisor at EV Volumes, EV as in electrical vehicles. Nice to see you.
Yes. Good evening, François.
Your reactions on the hashtag F24debate. Yeah, it's the Strasbourg-based European Court of Human Rights throwing out 2 cases, but setting a precedent with the third. Charlotte Hughes explains.
They call themselves the Senior Women for Climate Protection. After losing their case in their home country, these Swiss women have finally secured a landmark win. The European Court of Human Rights has ruled against the Swiss government, which the women had accused of not doing enough to combat global warming.
The Swiss government has done too little on climate change. We have health and quality of life consequences for elderly people, and women are particularly vulnerable.
The court's president said that by failing to establish sufficient policies to combat climate change, Switzerland had breached the human right to a private and family life. MEP Damien Carême had been seeking a similar verdict. Previously the mayor of a coastal French town, Carême had argued that France's government had not taken adequate measures to prevent climate change, and said that as a result, his town is threatened by rising sea levels. But his case was thrown out. According to the court, Carême was not a victim in the case as he was living in Brussels when he filed his initial complaint. A case brought by 6 young people from Portugal was also dismissed. Hailing from areas of the country that were ravaged by wildfires in 2017, the group took 32 European countries to court.
Nothing will change the fact that European governments need to do so much more to ensure we have a livable future.
However, they were unsuccessful, as the court said they had not exhausted all legal options back home. The group welcomed the verdict on Switzerland, describing it as a win for everyone. A sentiment echoed by Greta Thunberg, who said the court's decision is only the beginning of climate litigation.
Claire Lejeune, your reaction?
Yes, what's interesting in this case is that it's the first time that an international court, so this time the European Court of Human Rights, actually sets a precedent on climate change issues, because basically for this case with the Swiss elderly women, they use Article 8, which is on the right to private life, which includes an obligation for states to secure a healthy environment. So basically you have an interesting case where climate change is starting to have such immense effects, such concrete effects on livelihoods, on health, that it can become a basis for things like this Article 8 to be the basis of rulings that place states in front of their responsibility to act in face of not only environmental degradations but climate change as a whole.
And we've seen these cases also brought up before French courts. Is this just kind of debating society sort of chatter, since these are non-binding resolutions?
Well, I think if you consider that the laws that we have created together set basically the map of responsibilities, of duties, then climate litigation is a huge, important piece of how we're going to move our societies from a situation where we have this very, this non-ecological functioning to a system where the rights and responsibilities are adequately equipped to deal with the climate crisis. So I think it's not just chatter. It's something very important symbolically. And now the whole question is, well, are these rulings enough to make states actually take sufficient action? What do we actually mean by sufficient action? And can it happen without other pieces of the puzzle, which could be political pressure, which could be finding the political institutions and the political economy that is able to resolve this antagonism between what you were describing as the important and the urgent, basically, well, end of the month issues and end of the world issues, which we have in France known very well, especially with our history, with the yellow vests, etc. So these rulings come in a situation where we have not yet found this pathway that allows us to kind of bind these two elements together.
And again, Nicolas Méran, the court ruling that these are elderly women from Switzerland. Their argument was because they're elderly, they're more susceptible to heat waves and to more vulnerable as a result of that. And that the court agreeing that this violated their human rights, the fact that their country had not formulated a plan of action.
As Claire said, it's the first time that we have a ruling on the human rights related to climate change. So I think we should consider it as a positive point. But there is a negative point, which is that since we are looking at climate change and doing this COP every year since 28 years ago, there is a big loophole. Because basically we started to do this conference of parties when China joined the World Trade Organization. And 2023, the CO2 emissions were never that high, the coal consumption were never that high, and it's not Switzerland which is going to change the world. But there is a pathway, and there is a solution, which is to target, we published this recently, is to look at people who use a lot of coal, because that's basically our consumption. They are producing coal in China and India, but to do what? To do battery for electric cars, to do Tesla sold in France.
China's the world's factory, so they're also making the goods that we demand of them.
And in France, for your information, if you look at carbon footprint, more than half of the carbon footprint is from our imports. Are we tackling that? Not at all. So what we propose is to look at those countries who use a lot of coal. There are 14 countries in the world for electricity, and to use their export, to put a tax on their export to finance their transition out of coal. So we'll put a tax of, let's say, 15% on Chinese export, and we'll make the money available for China to get rid of coal. And that's probably the only pathway if we seriously want to reduce CO2 emissions.
China will argue that, yes, we are building coal factories, but we're also accelerating our renewables far faster than they are in Europe.
Yeah, sure, but it's not enough.
I think what's difficult with climate change and environmental issues is that the scales are simultaneously very global and very local. And so I think what we're trying to achieve with climate litigation is to try to kind of harness some forms of localized responsibilities that we can then set in action to try and get some action on. If you take the very recent history of these climate litigation cases, you've got India's Supreme Court, who has ruled to extend the right to life to climate change, to basically the effects of climate change. You have also a ruling in Montana last year, I think, that actually linked the right to a clean environment to the further development of fossil fuel plants. So here you have very clearly the link between fossil fuels and the right to a clean environment. And you have also a Dutch case that forces the government to rapidly decrease their emissions. So all of these together, they kind of create a situation where it's not going to be possible anymore for states to say, right, so we're only 1% of the emissions, so please go and see China or India, etc. This is important to say, that China is a huge chunk of the responsibility. But I think that historically, especially Western countries, have this symbolic and more important responsibility to get in action. And these forms of climate litigations are a way for also climate activists. I mean, these movements were very much supported by people like Greta Thunberg, etc.
Again, we're 2 months out from those European elections.
Yeah.
5 years ago, 2019 elections, the Greens did very well, and there was the Green New Deal, which was a response to that by the European Commission and the European Parliament. Now, you look at the polling numbers, there seems to be a backlash. Why is that?
I would explain it by the insufficient force of the just transition paradigm within the Green New Deal. So basically, the fact that, yes, we have advanced these investment packages, furthering green industrial policies, but we haven't really created a situation where the social securities that should accompany this transition have been implemented. And this is because the social contract basically happens at a state level, not at a European level. So we've had all these transformative measures at a European level, but we haven't had the ways to bridge this gap that you were talking about between basically end of a month and end of a year. So I think the problem with the Green New Deal was the fact that the equity dimension of it comes as kind of an afterthought. There's the Just Transition scheme, a fund, but the levels of the funds available are not at all sufficient to kind of make the transition into something that can be supported very broadly and where we can politically control the potentially regressive dimensions of these policies.
You agree with that, Nicolas Milan, that to take on these issues on a global scale, like you were mentioning earlier with India and China, to have this conversation, European countries all have to be singing from the same hymn sheet?
Yeah, I'll give you a couple of numbers. There's an economist, Nicholas Stern, who said that we'd have to transfer $2,500 billion per year to poor countries. The COP in Paris said we should do 100. What is done today is 10. The solution I gave you, where we would tax imports, it's going to provide $1,250 billion per year. So that's the only solution to raise this money. And you were asking why are the Green lower than 5 years ago. I think the reason is pretty simple. People realize that they've done a lot of efforts, a lot of norms impacting their life, impacting farmers, and there is no result because the CO2 emission keeps on increasing.
But it keeps increasing because the world's population is increasing.
Because we missed the big part. And as long as we just say, yeah, let's focus on Europe and just trust China and India. India, like a couple of days ago, the Prime Minister said, guys, we reached a fantastic landmark. 1 billion tons of coal we produced in India. So, you know, there's difference between talk and action, and we need to go on those countries. It's not only China, India. In those 14 countries, you have the USA, you have Germany, you have Poland, you have South Korea, Japan. All those big countries. We live in a world which is made of coal. That's it. We need to move away from this. We need to localize. France, as a country, has one of the lowest carbon emission electricity. It should be the plant of the world. And that's one of the countries with the UK which has most desindustrialized the country. It doesn't work like this.
All right, France, carbon footprint is lower than many. It's in fact down. When it comes to electricity, it's down by 4.8%. Into 2023, according to national statistics. But of course, a lot of that is because there were nuclear reactors that had been stalled and are now up and running again. So again, it's this question of, is it coal or nuclear the option?
No, it shouldn't be. I think when we debate which kind of energy mix we want to go towards, we often miss the core subject of what we call sobriété. So basically having a decrease in our needs to start with, so that the pressure on increasing solar power, wind power and nuclear power is lesser than it is currently. So first priority is, of course, get out of fossil fuel dependency. And then there has to be this open debate about which types of energy we want to prioritize and harness to implement our transition. And this debate is not currently happening because we're not having the debate on actually the level of demand of energy. And that's what has to decrease. And this implies a change, a quite radical change in our ways of life.
And does that come through the courts? Does that come through, is that voluntary? How do you have this sobriety? How do you enforce it?
I think as all moments where society is transformed in quite significant ways, it has to come from a variety of places in society. And there was this very strong
but is it carrot or stick?
It has to be, I think there has to be some level of sticks and firm regulation in this process. It's an economist called Daniela Gabor who analyzes also the Inflation Reduction Act and the Green New Deal, saying that the problem is that it's a lot of carrots but not enough sticks in this process, because basically the funds that basically governments and public authorities are providing are just used to de-risk the decarbonisation and the transition process without this kind of public authority to reshape the economy. And that's what we should be thinking about, is how we actually reshape the infrastructures of our economy, the way our transportation system works, the way our food system works, so that we have simultaneously this reshaping of our energy mix, but also a reshaping of our needs and a decrease in our needs in energy. What's missing is the democratic debate on what all this is going to look like, basically. And in France, we had a quite exemplary moment where we had this debate within the Convention Citoyenne pour le Climat, which was a...
Yeah, we had these town hall-style meetings that took place. And,
and also the national...
And they talked about it, but at the end of the day...
it wasn't implemented fully, so now we have planification écologique with SGPE, who is building plans to transition our economy out of fossil fuel dependency. But if we are serious in saying that it's a societal change, it's not just a technological, then we're going to have to get everyone on board.
We're going to have to get everyone on board, but we're coming up to those elections. So we've seen rollbacks on things like norms for farming, rollbacks on biodiversity norms at the European level. Again, everybody's for the stick until election time comes around. Nicolas Ménon.
Yeah, I agree that we, just to come back on the last year, CO2 emission decreased by almost 5%, but that was actually a lot of sobriété at the time. Why? Because first, the weather was warmer, so people used less heating. Of course, they also reduced the heating in their place from a couple of people, lower to 19 degrees, but also it was too expensive. It was also a lot because of the increase in the price of electricity, increase in the price of gas, that people used less energy. That also industrial
plants... It's Barack Obama's old line that the only way you'll get people to consume less gas is if it's $4 a gallon.
I'm not sure it's the right way, because that means delocalizing our plants, what is left to China. That's what we've done for the last 25 years. It worked very well to reduce our CO2 emission. The biggest decline in CO2 emission in the industry sectors, 50%. You close the plant, no more emissions. But for people who could eat only at 15, 16 degrees, be able to eat at 13, 14, I don't think it's nice sobriété, and it's more something that will foster and get what we're going to see in the elections, because basically it's not something that they decided that couldn't pay electricity anymore.
So much more to talk about on this topic and over the next 2 months and beyond. I want to thank you, Nicolas Médan. I want to thank Claire Lejeune. Thank you for joining us here in the France 24 debate.
In 1971, the Bangladesh nation was born. It marked the end of a 9-month struggle for independence, which took the lives of as many as 3 million people.
My father told me that he saw during the war so much atrocities against the women and children.
Half a century later, the textile industry has given the nation a boost, but numerous natural disasters place Bangladesh at the forefront of climate change.
Back then we had fish, goats and cows and other dairy animals, but by adding more salt to the water, we lost everything.
A nation that is looking ahead, but must come to terms with its past. The birth of Bangladesh revisited on France 24 and France24.com.
Thousands of kilometers away from the war in Ukraine, this rural village west of Kathmandu has been affected by the conflict. Last October, Lilu Gurung lost her husband, who was fighting on the front line in Russia's war against Ukraine. He joined the army after coming across a recruitment ad shared by a local resident on social media.
It started on TikTok. My husband came across a Nepalese soldier in Russia who was recruiting and promising a lot of money. I didn't know there was a war going on there. After 45 days, I was told he was dead. I couldn't believe it, but they told me it was true and that there was nothing left of his body, only his head and hand. My children are very young and their future is at stake. They can no longer go to school because we can't afford it. He died like a nobody. There was no one to take care of his body. We'll never know what happened.
Like many recruits, her husband had never had any military experience. On social media platforms, recruiters are trying to lure desperate workers. They flood these platforms with hundreds of recruitment appeals, instructional videos, and even footage of soldiers portraying an easy day-to-day life on the front lines. According to government data, over 200 Nepalese have enlisted in the Russian army, while the opposition party claims the number to be 3 times higher than the official figures. Over 33 of them have died serving on the front line. Suman was also about to lose his life. 4 months ago, this former cook was fighting Ukrainian forces alongside Russian